Chapter 11. Scooby Snacks. I spent my Saturday cleaning, doing schoolwork, and 2 hours of grocery shopping. I was in desperate need of an ingredient restock. My mood over the whole Jessica situation was somewhat lessened. I still fantasized about strangling her, maybe finding a nice secluded pond to dump the body, but that was a feeling that would never go away. Alice was spending the weekend at Rose's house, probably spying on Jasper for all I knew, so I was left home alone and utterly bored for the day. So when 10 arrived, I happily skipped out the door and made my way over to Edward's house. I had made him his favorite dinner: chicken Alfredo. A silent thank you for the night before, and a little something to butter him up for what was coming tonight. I also made him his favorite peanut butter cookie, peanut butter panacea, just for safe measure tomorrow. When I arrived, he was waiting, looking very hungry. "Hungry are we?" I smirked while unloading my bag. He was eyeing it like Emmett, sometimes eyes rosily. "Fucking starving," he breathed while taking the container off the bed. I smiled and made my way to the sofa, plopping down quite comfortably. "Holy fuck," Edward groaned from the bed. "My favorite." He took a deep lungful of the steaming container irreverently and smiled dreamily. I chuckled at him. He was so cute when he was hungry like this. He began eating hastily like always, spinning the noodles around the fork and savoring the taste with M&Ms. My bag was a little heavier tonight. I was about to do something very awkward and possibly make Edward ridiculously uncomfortable. I watched him closely, not even bothering with the iPod, because I was nervous as to what his reaction would be. I took a steadying breath and tried to keep the inevitable color from flooding my cheeks. "Edward?" I called quietly, watching him gulp down the noodles. All I got was a distracted hum. It was actually one half and one half mm. That was okay, though, because I was pretty confident the next sentence out of my mouth would get me his undivided attention. "I brought pajamas," I blurted quickly. His fork stopped mid-twirl, and he snapped his head up to meet my gaze. And then, because I was Bella, I blushed furiously. "Oh," he said, keeping his mouth in the O part for a beat longer than necessary. He cleared his throat and slowly resumed his twirling. "Okay." For some reason I felt the need to explain. "I mean, it's just uncomfortable sleeping in jeans, you know?" I asked, my face still burning. He bobbed his head. "Yeah, I don't mind." He shrugged one shoulder and popped the fork into his mouth. "I wouldn't mind if you wanted to, wear something more comfortable," I said nervously, my face getting impossibly hotter. He took a very large gulp of the Alfredo and blindly reached back to his nightstand to get his drink. After a few thoughtful gulps, he lowered the can of soda. He began raking his fingers through his hair nervously. "Yeah. Okay," he answered lamely, putting the soda back down and resuming the twirling of the pasta once again. I relaxed infinitesimally. Edward ate the rest of the Alfredo with a slightly furrowed brow, like he was struggling to remember something. The moans and hums lessened, but didn't go away entirely. I must not have made him that uncomfortable. "Thanks for the Alfredo. It was fucking delicious." He smiled while putting his containers away beside the bed. I smiled back, because I loved it that he always told me how delicious my food was. And somehow I don't think it would have been the same without the expletives. He got his sketchbook out then, and relaxed in the center of the bed. Not tired yet. I walked over to his bookcase and selected the book I had begun reading a week ago. A chapter a night was all I usually got. Tonight it was 4. We were stalling. Eventually, I decided to just get it over with. I shut my book. He looked up from his sketchbook and slowly closed it. I nearly regretted doing this at all. All the former awkwardness was returning, and my face was flaming red, I was sure. But I soldiered on. And by soldiered, I mean I grabbed my bag up off the floor and shuffled my way to the bathroom nervously with my head down. Once I was inside and had the door shut, I turned to look in the mirror. Yep. Flaming red. I rolled my eyes at my reflection and started undressing. It wasn't a skimpy pajama set or anything. Just some long flannel bottoms and a light t-shirt. It was comfortable. And awkward. Once I had brushed my teeth and hair, I packed my things away into my bag and stared at the door nervously. With one last glare at my red face in the mirror, I opened the door and stepped out. White cotton shirt, blue flannel pajamas bottoms and all. Red, white, and blue. So patriotic. I thought sarcastically. Edward's head shot up from the dresser drawer when he heard the door open. He seemed to be staring at my arms, which was weird. But he eventually closed the drawer and strolled into the bathroom behind me, holding a lump of clothing in his hands. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was screaming on the inside. I made my way to the bed and climbed onto it. I briefly wondered if I should crawl under the covers, but decided I'd leave that up to Edward. I'd already plunged him into quite enough for one night. I settled down on my back to wait. For him, like I always did. I could faintly hear when he turned the water on, likely brushing his teeth. When I finally heard the bathroom door open, I lifted my head. And there Edward stood, looking as awkward as I'd ever seen him, raking his hands through his hair with a grimace on his face. In an almost tight white t-shirt like the one I was wearing. I could make out nearly every curve of his chest and stomach. In fact, all too late I realized I was staring, and I looked away quickly. Still blushing. But then I caught a glance at the pants he had on. They were flannel, a lot like mine, but they had the cutest little cartoon Scooby-Doo print all over them. I couldn't help myself. I had to laugh. I shot my hand up to my mouth to stifle my giggles, but Edward was just standing there glaring at me with narrowed eyes. "Don't fucking laugh at me," he growled. This just made me laugh louder, because he was trying so hard to sound intimidating wearing little cartoon Scoobies all over his legs. He glowered harder and stalked over to the bed. "I mean it, cut that shit out." These were bought as a joke. I was still giggling. Because it was funny, I couldn't help it. He rolled his eyes up to the ceiling and held them there, shaking his head. "Fucking jazz," he muttered quietly. I let my giggling die down, happy that at least the tension in the room was gone. And I smiled at him. He just rolled his eyes again and began climbing into bed. But then he stopped and pulled the covers down, glancing at me uncertainly. I answered his silent question by arching my back off the bed and reaching behind me to slide the covers down, and slipped under them. Edward got under the covers with me and reached over to the bedside lamp to turn it off. Once the room was dark, we turned towards each other like we always did and scooted as close as we could. Edward wrapped his arms around me and brought me to him tightly. I put my arm around his shoulder and up his back to stroke his hair gently while resting my head on his chest. He sighed into my hair, and it made me shiver slightly, so he held me closer. I started humming his song, but his voice stopped me. "You tell anyone about the fucking pants, and so help me God, Bella, you'll be sorry," Edward said in a hard voice against the top of my head. I let another giggle slip out, and I could practically hear him rolling his eyes at me. I nodded and resumed humming to him. After he was asleep, I allowed myself to move closer to his body. I could feel all of his warmth and nearly every curve of his body. No more jeans or sweaters in between us. Just Scooby-Doos. I smiled into his chest and drifted off to sleep.
Fucking Jazz in his stupid fucking Scooby-Doo pants. Prick. But they were all I had. I had never had the use for pajamas before Bella. And then there were Bella's pajamas, which were modest to anyone else, but on Bella, it just didn't seem right to me. Her arms were showing again, and I got that same feeling of obscenity looking at them. And I could feel so much more of her too without that hoodie sweater on. She was so much softer, which was both comfortable and awkward all at the same time. When we woke up that morning, I didn't get out from under the covers. I didn't think I could stand all the goddamn giggles anymore. Although, I must admit, I had never seen my girl laugh like that. The humiliation was definitely worth it. Sort of. Maybe. Something was definitely wrong with Bella Friday night. It was more than just a really crappy day too. Once she was out the door to get home that morning, I reached over the bedside table and plucked up the bag of cookies. Wrathful walnut fudge. I knew how my girl worked. The names of her new recipes were always related to some significant event in her day. And something made my girl wrathful. That is one fucking random emotion. When Bella was dressed and packed up, she deposited a bag of cookies on the table like always and slipped out. She made my favorite. Peanut butter panaceas. The bag was gone by noon. I ended up going to town that afternoon. Because I had to buy some new fucking pajamas. By the time Bella came at 10 that night, I was better prepared for the whole pajama scenario and also fucking starving. She brought me steak tonight, which I felt was a little extravagant, but who the fuck was I to question good beef? She took her seat at my sofa and began listening to the iPod, while I resumed my spot on the bed and began eating the steak. Fucking delicious. I know I say it to her a lot, but I mean it every time. She watched me eat like always, occasionally humming along to the song that was playing, which of course made me even more tired than I already was. I didn't stall like I did last night, having more confidence in my sleeping attire and hers. When she returned from the bathroom in the same clothes she wore last night, she was still blushing. It was so fucking cute. And completely uncalled for. I got dressed for bed, a new part of the routine, and exited the bathroom comfortably. Even though I was wearing new, and much more manly, plain black pants, she still fucking snickered. Likely remembering the Scooby-Doo. She'd never let me live that shit down. I cursed Jasper and his stupid fucking jokes. We climbed under the covers comfortably. After I turned out the light, I scooped her little soft body up and pressed it to me. She was always so warm. I sighed into her hair again when she began stroking mine. And like last night, a delicate little shiver went through her, so I held her tighter. Once she started humming, I was gone. Dreamless. Warm. Soft. Chapter 12. Fudge you alls. It was the very first day in well over a week I didn't eat my cookies at lunch. No fucking way was I letting Jazz see the name of the cookies. He came strutting into the lunchroom in his holey jeans and grubby band shirt, peeking sideways at Brandon's table. And I just had to roll my fucking eyes. I was giving it a month. If he didn't man up by then, I was taking the situation into my own hands. My girl would give me a hand. He took his seat in front of me without a word, searching the table in front of me for something. Probably the absent bag of cookies I just eat on the way home or some shit. After eating half of his disgustingly greasy school burger, he turned in his seat to glance back at my girl's table where she was reading and eating her fucking Scooby snacks. Jasper turned back around with a wide smile. So, word has it that new girl over there. He pointed with his thumb back toward Bella. Has added violence and bodily injury to her repertoire. He smirked and took a drink of milk. I furrowed my brow. What the fuck is he talking about? How so? I asked casually, as to not raise any suspicions. He chuckled then, trying to hold it in long enough to spit the words out. I heard that she assaulted Stanley with a basketball in gym Friday. He snickered, shaking his head. This was certainly a new development. Why the fuck would Bella assault Stanley? Not that the thought of it didn't make me want to laugh too. Because, sincerely, it did. Jazz continued on after his chuckling fit calmed down. Just fucking took the ball and chucked it at her head. He started laughing harder. I know, right? He snickered. Balls flying at Stanley's head. Just sounds like another day to me. He chuckled harder at his own joke. My stomach sank. Friday was Bella's really crappy day. And somehow, that fucking bitch Stanley was involved. My fists clenched. No wonder Bella wouldn't tell me about what was bothering her. I offered Jazz a devious smirk, because that's what he'd expect out of me from that story. And if it were anyone else doing it, I probably would without effort. We were silent the rest of lunch. And I really fucking tried to just let it go, and make up my mind to not pry. But I couldn't. Because I had to know just how badly I was going to fuck that Stanley bitch up. Whoever invented the term "it's not polite to hit a girl" has clearly never fucked Jessica Stanley. It took me months to get her off my back after that one night. Phone calls, letters in my locker, she even told her fucking friends about my scars. And that wasn't enough to make me want to hit her. But I couldn't let her spread her venom to my girl. When I walked into bio, Bella was already in her seat, with that fucking hood up. I had never felt the urge so strongly to yank it off her head. She was hiding. She was hiding shit from me. I didn't like it. Once I got settled into my seat and Mr. Banner started his lecture on DNA, I ripped a piece of paper from my notebook and began writing Bella a note. It was against the rules. But I could give a fuck less at that moment. What the fuck did Stanley do to you? I folded the paper up nice and small and slid it to her side of the lab table. She looked at it incredulously. She wasn't expecting me to break the rules either. Hesitantly, she picked up the note and began unfolding it. I watched her reaction closely. I didn't give a fuck who saw me looking at her. Her eyes widened and she stiffened. She sat there for a while, just staring at the note, before she slumped into her seat and frowned, and then lifted her pencil to the paper and scribbled a reply. It was too fucking quick. She folded it carefully and slid it back to me slowly. I opened it, kind of pissed. I knew I wasn't going to get a sufficient explanation right now. "Tonight," was all it said. I balled my fist with the paper still in it and threw the crumpled ball into my bag. I sent a very pointed glance into her big brown eyes. Yes. Tonight. No fucking way was she weaseling out of this one. She slumped further into her seat and dropped her head even lower. Shame. That's what the look was. And I didn't know why she felt ashamed, but I was going to find out. When the bell rang, I left the classroom first, but I didn't go to my class just yet. I waited until Bella walked out, hood up and head down, traveling towards gym. I followed behind her a few feet. Everyone seemed to swerve around her. It was like parting the Red Sea or some shit. They didn't even look at her anymore, they just got out of the fucking way. It was kind of shitty, and it was kind of good, all at the same time. As we approached the gym, I could see Stanley and her bunch of rabid skank hyenas gathering near the entrance. I stopped so I wouldn't be seen, and casually leaned against the brick wall. When Bella walked up to the doors, Stanley glowered at her, following her with an evil eye. If looks could kill, I'd be scraping up my girl's corpse from that gym entrance. Stanley never said anything to her, just fucking followed her in. And then I was even more pissed, because I knew that all those dirty skanks were going to go into that locker room and fuck with my girl. And there wasn't a goddamn thing I could do about it. When the last bell rang, I rushed to the parking lot. I had to get one look at Bella, just to make sure she was okay. I stood against the door of my Volvo, watching the gym entrance anxiously. The guys filtered out first, looking sweaty and gross, and a whole lot like Emmett on a practice day. After all the guys were gone, the girls began filtering out. I straightened my back to get a better view through the crowd. Stanley and her skanks walked out looking as slutty as ever, smacking on bubblegum and snickering. Of course, that just made me worry even more. Finally, the last out of the gym, Bella came shuffling out. But she had that goddamn hood up and her head down. Still fucking hiding. Brandon was already in her car, waiting to get home. And when Bella turned to open the door, she lifted her head just enough, so that I could get one glance at her face as she got in. Her eyes were red and puffy, and I knew my girl well enough to know she had been crying. She climbed into Brandon's Porsche and closed the door quietly. Not an angry slam, not a rattly slam, but a quiet, timid click. My stomach clenched even tighter as I watched them drive away. I drove Jazz home feeling pretty fucking somber. He didn't say shit to me. He knew my moods well enough to know if I was conversational. He got out with a quick wave when I pulled up to his house. I sped home faster than usual. It was stupid to do. It's not like it would make the clock move any closer to 10. I waited in my room, pacing and running my fingers through my hair and just trying to stay occupied until 10 came. I sketched some more. I even read a little of Bella's book. When Carlisle came home, I went downstairs and talked to him, just to pass the time. He didn't have anything ridiculously interesting to say. But he was going to another medical conference this weekend, and I was pretty fucking positive that meant another house party, but I kept my mouth shut. Because honestly, I wouldn't be entirely opposed to spending a night getting fucked up. When it was almost 10, I opened the balcony door and stood out there waiting in the cold. I could see Bella coming from the Brandon house as she walked out the door to the kitchen with her bag on her back like always. I watched her stalk across the yard, slowly, like she was delaying the inevitable. And she still had that hood on her head. I peered over the railing, leaning on my forearms, watching her climb up the lattice like a pro. When she reached the railing, I went to help her over, but she was so good at doing it, she hopped onto the balcony before I even got the chance. As soon as her feet were firmly planted, I reached up and snatched that fucking hood off her head. No more hiding. She never looked me in the eye, just walked into my room and started unpacking her bag like it was any other night. I stood, leaning against the balcony door after I closed it, with my arms crossed over my chest. I was not fucking hungry for my girl's cooking. I want my cookies. I stated simply. It would tell me exactly how Bella felt today. She paused, but proceeded to reach into the sack and brought out a bag of cookies, laying it on the bed next to the food. She shuffled her way to her spot on the sofa and sunk into it, looking like a little girl who just got in trouble with daddy. I stood, waiting, expectant. But she just sat there on the sofa, staring at her hands in her lap that were picking at her sleeves. I cleared my throat. Loudly. Spit it the fuck out. She closed her eyes and shook her head slowly. You're not going to let this go, are you? She whispered. I snorted. Fucking right, I'm not going to let this go. Talk. I ordered, not moving from my spot, still crossing my arms over my chest. She let out a deep sigh. You eat. I'll talk. She whispered and bent down to untie her shoes, so she could go fetal on my couch. Food was really the last thing I was interested in, but I humored her. Sitting down in the middle of my bed and taking a peek at the bag of cookies before I did anything. Fudge you all. I shook my head at the bag. That shit didn't help me. I set it on my bedside table and took the container of enchiladas into my lap. I picked up the fork she brought for me and sliced off a bite, and ate it. When I looked up from the enchiladas, she was watching me eat. Like always. Her eyes were tired and held some kind of sadness I couldn't quite comprehend. I quirked an eyebrow at her. Don't assume that I don't find it deeply fucking amusing, but could you please tell me why you hit Stanley? I asked, taking another bite of the food, but keeping all of attention on her. She grimaced and hugged her knees tighter. She cast her eyes down to my carpet. She was in front of me on the bleachers Friday. She started, and paused to knit her eyebrows together and shake her head. Her and Samantha were talking about. She paused again and grimaced. About all the guys they had slept with. I wanted to joke with her and say something like, wow, I'll bet that was one long fucking conversation, literally. But I couldn't, because this was going somewhere very unfunny. And I tried to just block them out, because I didn't really want to hear it, but then. She paused yet again and let out a huff. Then Jessica said your name. She said in a tiny voice. I completely froze mid-chew. I hadn't told Bella about the Stanley situation. At least not entirely. And now she knew. She looked up at me carefully. I'm sure I looked stunned. And then, I tried even harder to block it all out, because I really didn't want to hear what they were saying about you. She whispered. I swallowed the bite that had frozen in my mouth with a heavy gulp. What were they saying about me? I hedged carefully. Imagine the first party hearing it coming from a fourth party. She shrugged and began picking at her sleeve cuffs again. Jessica was giving Samantha details. She croaked. Then my heart sank. Because the only detail I knew Stanley loved giving, and I could really imagine Bella hearing and getting protective of me over, were my scars. She was staring at the carpet again, still picking at her sleeves. Were they talking about my... I paused and closed my eyes. About my scars. I asked through clenched teeth. Bella's head shot up and she looked at me blankly. What scars? She asked, incredulously. Holy fucking Christ. I groaned and dropped my fork into my container of enchiladas. I take that as a no. I covered the container and placed it beside my bed. My appetite was gone. She furrowed her brows and frowned. No, I didn't hear anything about that. You have scars? She asked quietly. Then her face fell completely as understanding lit her face. From the fire? She whispered. I grimaced and nodded my head. I should have never taken my shirt off in front of that fucking skank. I'm sorry, I didn't know. She frowned. I wanted to bitch at her for doing the sorry thing again, but the more important matter still wasn't answered. So, I tried to get us back on track after I accidentally confessed something very personal. If that wasn't it, then why did you do it? I asked, grabbing my sketchbook out from under my bed. She grimaced yet again and hugged her knees tighter. Jessica was being very graphic, descriptive. She whispered, then added, about you, and the things. She trailed off, shaking her head fiercely. But I got it. I wouldn't want to hear anyone talking about Bella like that either. I sighed and softened my face. You didn't like hearing them talk about me like that? It was more of a statement than a question. She bit her lip, hugging her knees and fiddling with the fabric of her jeans. Then she nodded. Yes. I didn't like hearing them talk about you like that. She concluded decisively, still nodding. I smiled in understanding. That wasn't so bad. I'd hate to think of what I would do to some guy giving details about being with Bella. I'd probably have to stab the motherfucker. I'd probably enjoy it quite thoroughly. A basketball isn't much. Which brings me to the next topic. I began a new sketch, just to keep myself occupied in case Jessica did something really fucked up to my girl. So what did that skank do to you today in gym? I asked while moving my pencil over the page. I could almost hear Bella's grimace. What do you mean? She asked shakily. I huffed, slightly annoyed that she was still being so goddamn evasive. Don't pull that bullshit with me, Bella. I saw you come out of the gym. You were crying. What did they say to you? I looked up from the page then, and she looked really fucking sad. And I knew, in the very depths of my soul, that it was Stanley's fucking fault. I gripped my pencil tighter, waiting for her to answer me. They didn't say anything that wasn't true, Edward. She smiled. But it wasn't a smile at all. It was full of bitterness and pain, and it made me want to hunt Stanley down and stab her a little too. I gripped my pencil even tighter. Why don't you just fucking tell me what they said, and let me decide for myself? I snapped. Bella's jaw tensed, and she clenched her fists into tight little balls on top of her knees, so hard her knuckles were white and taut. And she had the most heartbreaking look in her eyes of just complete and utter frustration and bitterness. They told me I was a freak, and that I was only pissed off at Jessica because I was a prude. And they said I was only a prude because no one would ever fucking touch me. She spat venomously, bitterly. I blanched and fucking flinched away from her voice. Because of all the nights I had spent talking to Bella about the most awful things in our lives, I had never once heard her lose her cool so fucking completely. And I had never heard her curse. I sat there on my bed staring wide-eyed at my girl. That's bullshit. I breathed. I was pissed at them for even saying it to her, but I was too stunned by Bella's complete change in behavior to inject any of the anger necessary into my voice. She let out a loud, humorless chuckle and gave me that same bitter smile. "Is it, Edward?" she croaked, sounding on the verge of tears. "Is it really bullshit? I don't think it is. I think that I'm always going to be this way." One lone tear slid down her cheek, and her eyes flashed with an anger I didn't even think Bella capable of as she swatted it away violently. "I'll never be able to touch a man. I'll never have a first kiss, I'll never get married, and I'll always hate bitches like Jessica fucking Stanley who can and take it all for granted." She spat, letting the sobs take her over. And I was fucking done. Done hearing Bella be so goddamn bitter. Done watching her cry over something that fucking bitch told her. I threw my sketchbook down and jumped off the bed, sprinting over to my girl across the room, sitting on the couch, all fucking fetal and sobbing into her knees. I bent down and grabbed her by the shoulders and pried her apart, lifting her until she was standing, and I crushed her to me, hugging her as tight as I could without just completely fucking suffocating her. She was sobbing so hard and loud she couldn't even stand up, but I was holding her too tight to let her fall. She fisted her little hands into my shirt, burying her face into my chest, soaking me with all her tears. And I didn't give a shit. I wanted her to get all that bitterness and frustration out. I couldn't bear to see it poison her. I turned us around and sat us down on the couch slowly, letting her little body fall into my lap. She was still sobbing so hard it made her whole body shake. I rocked her slowly, and I stroked her hair and rubbed her back, just like the day behind the school almost 2 weeks ago. That day she tried to be brave and all grown up and face down the monster that was creating all of this bitterness in the first place. The monster always fucking beat her. And it was the only monster in this whole fucked up situation I couldn't physically harm. I sat there on that cold leather couch rocking her, for what seemed like hours. Just fucking letting her cry it all out. It eventually subsided to whimpers. And then it became sniffles. And then it became steady calming breaths. And eventually, she was all cried out. All of her bitterness and anger spilled all over my shirt. She didn't let go after the tears stopped coming, and she calmed down. She had her eyes open, staring off into space with her cheek pressed against my chest. She didn't look tired, and she didn't look pissed off. She just looked fucking numb. "Bella?" I whispered, still stroking her hair down her back, while I lazily laid my head against the back of the sofa, looking down my nose at her face. "Hum?" She hummed, never moving her eyes. "I think you should know, you've got one dirty fucking mouth," I said, attempting to make her smile. Even a little bit. And it worked. One side of her mouth twitched up, and slowly, it turned into a little smile. Then after a moment it turned into a chuckle. And I thanked whatever fucking God there was out there looking out for me that I could make my girl laugh again and I didn't have to resort to the Scooby pants to make it happen. I learned from the best. She shrugged inside my arms with a small smirk on her face. Then I had to chuckle. Because I did have a pretty fucking dirty mouth. With a deep sigh, Bella reluctantly lifted herself off of my lap, gave me a little smile, and silently walked to the bathroom with her bag to get ready for bed. My shirt really was fucking soaked. It was kind of gross. But I still didn't give a shit. It was completely worth it. When she walked back out of the bathroom 10 minutes later in her pajamas, she didn't blush. Something told me I just saw a lot more of her than just her arms. A part she never let me see before. I got ready for bed after that. I almost considered wearing the Scooby pants anyways, just to hear that giggle again. But decided I had plenty more dirty mouth jokes to keep me in good supply for the night. When I walked back out of the bathroom in my pajamas, Bella was sitting on the sofa again, which was weird, because she usually waited for me in bed. I cocked an eyebrow at her. "If you don't mind, I just want to sit for a while," she whispered, pleading with her swollen red eyes. I nodded. I didn't mind staying up. I got back on my bed and went to resume the sketch I had started earlier. But it was tainted with Bella's bitterness, so I tore the page out and balled it up, throwing it into the trash, and starting a new one. It was really fucking eating at me though, that Bella really thought like that. "Did you really mean all that stuff you said before?" I asked in a quiet voice, not looking up from my sketch. I heard one of Bella's residual sniffles. About not being able to do stuff? She said in a simple voice, like she just fucking accepted it for what it was. I nodded and furrowed my brows in concentration. Yeah. You don't ever hope it will get better? That it will just fucking go away? I asked incredulously while shading my paper with my pencil. She sniffled again. Nope. I'll never have a first kiss, and you'll always be the only man I can touch. I could almost hear her shrugging, like it was no big fucking deal. I scoffed. I wanted to make her laugh again. I wanted to hear the chuckle, not the bitterness, and definitely not the acceptance. I snorted in a chuckle myself while shading harder on the paper. You sound like you want me to kiss you. I snickered with a smirk. I was expecting to hear her snort, or laugh, or scoff, or maybe even fucking slap the shit out of it for suggesting something so ludicrous, but I was met with complete and total fucking silence. My pencil in my hand froze, leaving the dark area of my drawing only half shaded, and my smirk vanished from my face. Slowly, I lifted my head from the sketchbook to see her. And she was looking down at her book fucking blushing. Holy fucking Christ. She really fucking did. She really wanted me to give her her first kiss. But I couldn't just do that. Not with Bella. Not unless she came out and asked. She glanced up at me from her book, as I'm sure I was staring at her looking a little fucking stunned. Then she blushed harder and looked away quickly. All the air left my lungs. Bella. I started cautiously. If you want something like that, you're going to have to ask me. No bullshit beating around the bush. I said bluntly. I couldn't assume she wanted something like that and then just fucking do it. Then I really would look like the asshole manipulator. She kept her flaming red face downward, still having a few residual sniffles. Would you say yes? She whispered. Then I really had to fucking think. It would be awkward as hell. It might cost us the whole routine. That's a whole fucking lot to put on the line. But on the other hand, it was an experience Bella really wanted, needed. It was something that would help rid her of some of that ugly bitterness I hated. I took a deep breath. She still hadn't lifted her gaze away from the carpet. Would it make shit weird? I asked, grasping for some reassurance that the routine wouldn't go away. She shook her head slowly, never looking up. Not for me. She whispered softly, fingering the pages of her book. I closed my sketchbook in my lap softly and set my pencil down, never taking my eyes off of her. If it wouldn't make shit weird for her, then I wouldn't let it make shit weird for me. Okay. I said conclusively. Her head snapped up and her eyes widened slightly. And just when I thought she couldn't get a deeper shade of red, she did. I had to hold back a chuckle. Come on, I said, patting the bed in front of me. She eyed the spot in front of me dubiously for a moment, but eventually closed her book and laid it on the couch beside her. Slowly, she rose up off the sofa and shuffled her way over to the bed. Once she reached the edge, she pressed her palms down on the mattress and climbed up, crawling over to the piece of bed in front of me. She was looking at me skeptically as she mirrored my position on the bed, sitting Indian style with her legs crossed, so close our knees were touching. I wanted to snicker at her again, I couldn't help it. She looked so much like a little girl about to learn something new, wide-eyed and nervous as fuck. But I couldn't laugh at my girl. Excitement in her eyes. It only made her look cuter. I fought the urge to chuckle yet again. Close your eyes, I ordered softly. When she let them flutter closed I added, and relax. She did infinitesimally. I leaned into her and put my hands on either side of her hips on the mattress so I could hold myself closer. She looked fucking tense still, but there wasn't anything I could do about it now. I leaned in until my nose was nearly touching hers, and I could feel her breathing pick up against my face. Easily, to test her a bit, I tilted my head and gently grazed her lips with mine. She was completely fucking frozen. I rolled my eyes and lifted one of my hands and cupped her cheek to relax her face, rubbing her cheek with my thumb. It did the trick. She finally eased up and her lips slightly parted. I tried it again, leaning my head to the side and grazing her lips. This time she responded, softly pouting her lips to me. I gently took her top lip in between mine, and she took my bottom in hers. It was soft and warm, just like my girl always was. I pulled away gently, but went back again to give her something firmer. She seemed to get the gist of the whole thing, taking my bottom lip with slightly more vigor. I pulled her face to mine harder with my hand and tangled it into her hair, gently sucking on her top lip, then pulled away slightly again. We did that a couple more times, just soft and easy. It was all I was expecting. But suddenly on the last one, I felt Bella's soft warm tongue touch my lip. I was debating if I should really do all that. Then I reminded myself I was doing this for Bella, and if she wanted the full kissing experience, fuck it. I would give it to her. So I darted my tongue out to meet hers. And when they touched, she parted her lips more and took my tongue into her mouth. It was so fucking warm and soft, and it was getting progressively more difficult to keep that switch in the off position. Then I felt her soft little hand slide up my arm and around my neck, until she had it tangled into the back of my head, pulling me closer. And then she was kissing me like a pro, pressing her soft little tongue into mine, gently. At first, then harder, then she was in my mouth. And we were both breathing pretty fucking hard by then, and I didn't even have to press her head closer, because her little fist was pressing my face as close as it would go. But when she began pressing her body against mine, that switch just fucking flipped. And before I could stop it, my entire body was reacting to the kiss. I brought my other hand up and pulled her neck closer. I felt her warm body against me, almost in my lap. I groaned, loudly into her mouth, and I froze. I used my hands to gently push myself from her grasp, and leaned back into my spot panting. Feeling really fucking thankful I had that sketchbook in my lap. Bella didn't move from her spot or even open her eyes for a few moments. Just sat there with her hands on her lap, catching her breath and licking my taste off her lips. When she finally caught her breath and opened her eyes, she smiled at me. Big and fucking goofy as hell. And I rolled my eyes at her and smiled back. She looked like someone just told her Santa was real or some shit, and she chuckled a little bit at me for the eye roll, but I didn't care. She didn't say anything or make it awkward, just hopped under the covers on her side of the bed, ready to go to sleep. My situation was abetted by then, so I discarded the sketchbook and got under the covers right along with her. I turned the lamp off and scooped up my girl, shoving my face into her hair and showing her that someone could touch her. And I could almost hear her smile when she started humming me to sleep. No more anger, no more sad, and no more bitter.
Chapter 13. Black Leather Lady Fingers. Edward kissed me. And not just a little peck either. Full out, tongues and panting, and even a groan at the end. And even though I have no basis for comparison, I'm inclined to agree with Jessica. Fucking fantastic kisser. I know it was a pity kiss. And I'd be lying more than a little bit if I said I wasn't steering him in that direction. Maybe it was wrong of me to do it, but I can't seem to care. When he agreed, I was still kind of shocked. He just had a look of determination on his face. He was going to give me something that no one else probably could. It was the sweetest thing he's ever done. I was nervous, walking over to bed and climbing to him. I was wondering if I would be bad at it, and I really didn't want the humiliation of Edward thinking I was a bad kisser. But once he touched me, I was completely relaxed, and it all felt natural. Just instinct and his electricity. The little kisses were amazing, but I couldn't help myself, I wanted more. I broke the rule of taking what I could get. He didn't seem to mind. And his tongue was divine against mine. I felt parts of my body tingle that I didn't even know existed. I wanted him to feel the same way I was feeling, if just for one moment. So I broke the rule again, and pressed my body to him. And I felt it. I felt the excitement, and brief flash of lust in his kiss. And then I heard it. That groan would be echoing in the deepest recesses of my memory for years to come. It didn't matter that he pulled away before he could feel more. It gave me hope. Hope that maybe someday Edward could feel that about me for more than just a few seconds. I went to bed with the stupidest smile on my face, and I didn't even try to hide it from Edward. Because I couldn't. I'd show him every part of me that loved that kiss. And when he was finally under the covers and pressed up against me, all the lust was gone, but my smile never went away. I didn't even have it in me to hate the alarm clock when it went off the next morning, but I gave Edward the usual squeeze, because I was still tired, and I didn't want to leave his arms. He still pulled away with a groan that was very unlike the one during the kiss, but it still stirred the memory, and made me lick my lips by instinct. I went through my morning routine as normal as possible. I didn't want to make it weird for Edward by acting any differently. But once I closed the door to the bathroom, I let my face break out into the goofy grin again as I got dressed. Once I was packed, I felt the need to leave the cookies on the table, and then realized I had already given them to him the night before. Fudge you alls. It really didn't sum my day up. I really wanted to name them I Hate Jessica Stanley and all her slutty friends for making me feel so crappy in an underfunded gym locker room cookies, but something told me the Ziploc bag wasn't big enough. I was very happy that I never let her see me cry yesterday. I waited for her to stop fuming and walk out of the locker room with a huff before I let the tears take me. Jessica Stanley would never get the satisfaction of seeing it. Edward was still lying in bed with his eyes closed, running his fingers through his messy hair drowsily just like he did every morning, as I drew my hood up and slung the bag on my back. I had my back to him, walking to the door, in silence just like we always did when his voice stopped me. "Hey," he called thickly through his morning sleep voice that I rarely heard. I turned my head to see him propped up on one forearm, running his other hand through his hair still. His droopy green eyes narrowed at me. "Don't you ever let that bitch get to you, Bella," he said in a hard voice. I nodded at him once and smiled a little. I didn't care what she or her friends thought of me. And then his face broke out into a wry smirk. "Plus," he shrugged, "Stanley doesn't have shit on you when it comes to kissing." Then he flopped back down onto the bed and rolled over. And that morning, I really did skip across the yard on the way home. Nothing could ruin my mood. Not even Alice and her pouting about the Cullen house party this weekend. In fact, it just made my mood even better. Because I was going to tell Edward to make sure Jasper came this time around, and I was going to make sure she wore green. I spent the whole ride to school trying to fight off my grin at the thought of it. It really was quite ridiculous, this whole disturbing dance they were doing. Of course, I'd be a complete hypocrite to say anything, seeing as how I was head over heels for Edward, and much like Alice, just couldn't tell him. Albeit for much different reasons. Alice was always waiting on Jasper. Just sitting by and waiting for him to make some indication that he noticed her. They were in polar opposite cliques, if you could even call Jasper and Edward a clique. Our situations were so similar, and yet so different at the same time. At least for Alice and Jasper. The only things holding them back were themselves. It wasn't unrequited like I was with Edward. But at the same time, Edward and I were far closer than Alice and Jasper had ever been. It was all very confusing. And all the confusion just solidified the fact that I was finally feeling like a real teenage girl for once. When we got to school, I didn't look at Edward getting out of his Volvo. No way would I be able to hide my smile. And really, I couldn't stand looking at the Volvo at all, in fear of a much different reaction. Likely, vomit would be involved. Once we were out of the car and walking across the quad, I heard a very distinct snicker coming from a group in front of us. I lifted my hooded head just enough to see the legs of Jessica and her slut posse. And instead of just walking by with my hood up and my head down like I always did, I took Edward's advice. I wasn't going to let that bitch get to me. So I lifted my chin and rounded my shoulders, and sent her the cheekiest smile I could muster. She glared, and she glowered. And she shot more daggers at me than was entirely necessary, but she kept her mouth shut. I had to battle with the urge to stick my tongue out at her like a 4-year-old as I passed. I heard a very familiar quiet chuckle from far behind me. Edward. It just made me smile wider at her. He was watching. He was amused. He liked me better. My entire day was good like that. By lunch, Jessica and her group had ceased all acknowledgement of my existence. I suppose I had lost my luster, which suited me just fine. Edward was fine in biology. No more notes, no glares, just sketching and looking bored as always. I couldn't wait for 10 o'clock. So I spent gym working to distance myself like always, hood up, head down. Jessica never passed me the basketball. Alice was planning another make Jasper drool outfit when we got home. I, of course, pointed her towards every green number in her closet. And then she found it. I was sitting on her bed, laying on my back and staring at the ceiling, wishing I was in a very different bedroom. So, Alice bounced out of her closet with a smirk. I figure I've been going about this all wrong. She shook her little head vehemently with her hands on her hips. I turned my head towards her and quirked an eyebrow. You think? She rolled her eyes. I mean... She hopped on the bed beside me, making me jump a bit. Jasper's a bad boy. Maybe I need to indulge in the naughtier side of my wardrobe. She wiggled her eyebrows. I looked at her mischievous grin closely, and then slowly sat up on the bed with a skeptical look on my face. Could she get any naughtier? She could. She would. She did. 5 minutes later, Alice came sashaying out of her walk-in closet in the outfit I knew was going to break Jasper. It would probably break every male in Forks High. And possibly a few females too. My jaw was in serious danger of unhinging if it got any lower to the ground. Because there Alice stood, in black leather pants, so tight they looked like they were painted on, and hanging so low on her hips I was surprised there wasn't pubic hair showing. I watched her while she did a little spin for me, and even I felt like I was molesting her seeing it. Alice. I choked, gaping at the black leather incredulously. You can't be serious. I shook my head with my mouth still hanging open. Please. She scoffed and waved her little hand. This. She raised her eyebrows and pointed at her leg. Is nothing, my dear sweet virginal Bella. She sang, doing another little spin in the mirror with a triumphant smile. I was still gaping unabashedly. How she managed to put her body out there like that was beyond me. I couldn't stand next to Edward in a baggy t-shirt without blushing. Alice, I am not walking through the quad with you looking like that. I said, a bit higher than was necessary. She just snorted and rolled her eyes at me while trying to find the perfect top to go with it. Like anyone will be looking at her top. After Alice set her outfit out for the next day, I made the 3 of us dinner. I almost wanted to show Esme what her sweet innocent daughter was going to wear to school tomorrow. But I didn't think I could bear the look on Esme's face when she saw it. At precisely 9, I began my batch of cookies. Black leather lady fingers. Admittedly, though I'd never fail to be shocked. When I saw her do it, I admired Alice's exhibitionist tendencies. It was just something I could never do. She thrived on having attention drawn to her, putting herself and her body out there for all to see. She was so comfortable in her skin, and so confident, that it just made me feel even mousier when I was standing next to her. I was plain at best. At worst, invisible. Invisible was my comfortable skin. I wasn't nervous when I climbed my way up to Edward's balcony that night. I wouldn't make shit weird. He answered enthusiastically, snatching my hood off my head as soon as I walked in the room, and looking really hungry again. I felt bad that my mood last night ruined his meal. I unpacked his dinner onto his bed. Edward got messy the last time he ate lasagna, so I brought extra napkins with me, setting them beside the container. He had the container opened, smelling it before I even finished unpacking. So I had to chuckle at him. I took my spot on the sofa again, scooping up the iPod and watching him eat. It was all very domestic, the nights I spent with Edward. Me making him dinner after a long day, and us getting into the same bed. I shook my head to rid it of those thoughts. It was a friendship. I think. I couldn't really find a word for what we had, and there's no way I would ever ask him. Edward got my attention when he began cursing. I looked up from the iPod, and sure enough, he had made a mess. Tomato sauce all over his lips, chin, and shirt. I chuckled at him and shook my head. It's not fucking funny. He chewed. Though his mouth was full, so it came out muffled. He began swiping at his shirt with the napkins and licking all the sauce off his lips. And I couldn't help myself. I stared shamelessly at his tongue as he darted it out across his lips. It was like everything else in the room disappeared into black, and all that existed was his tongue and those lips. I was dazed, completely mesmerized by the motion. And the only thing that broke the spell was the napkin coming over his lips. I quickly diverted my attention to the iPod, praying my face wasn't red and I wasn't completely transparent. Luckily, nothing in that moment could distract Edward from his food. I didn't look at him again until the moans and hums were gone. By the time he was finished eating, I was fairly certain he killed the shirt. I told him so. It's not dead. He frowned, looking down at the huge red stains and pulling his shirt out to inspect his victim more closely. It's just... He shrugged one shoulder, looking at the shirt morosely. Sleeping. And I chuckled at him. Because, really, there was no saving that poor thing, and he sounded rather attached to it. After declaring the shirt a goner, we decided to call it an early night. We were both pretty spent, not getting as much sleep the night before. So, we got ready for bed in our usual fashion. No awkwardness after the lip-licking incident on my side. Once we were under the covers and the light was out, Edward scooped me up like always and held me tight. I breathed in the scent of his chest, allowing myself a little grin, and stroking his hair and humming. He was asleep in minutes. I don't know what time it was that Edward woke me up, but I could feel him gripping my sides so tightly with his arm that I was certain there'd be bruises. He was breathing heavily, almost raspy. I opened my eyes and tried to lift my head up to see his face in the meager amount of light the moon outside the window provided. His jaw was clenched so tight I could see the straining muscles rippling with every grind of his teeth. And he was still holding me to him so tightly it hurt. My arm was still around his back, so I began stroking his hair, hoping it would loosen his grip on me. His eyelids shot open and his breathing was still heavy, heavy enough I could feel it on my face. He darted his green eyes down to meet mine. He looked so odd, scared almost. "Edward?" I whispered groggily, still stroking his hair. His grip on my side hadn't loosed any, and he was just staring into my eyes with an unreadable expression on his face. "What's wrong? Were you dreaming?" I asked quietly, trying not to panic. He didn't move or say anything for a few moments. He just stared into my eyes, breathing raspy and clutching me to him. Just as I was beginning to panic, he relaxed his arm and let out a deep breath that blew over my face. Then, without speaking, he grabbed the back of my head in his palm and crushed it into the crook of his neck, plunging his face into my hair at the crook of my mine. "Don't fucking leave me," he growled against my shoulder. I was so confused and tired, and I had no idea what Edward was talking about. "I'm not leaving, Edward. I promise." I whispered against his neck, still stroking his hair with my fingers. He was silent, just taking deep breaths of my hair, so I began humming to him. Eventually he was asleep again, so I extracted my head from his big palm and put it back on his chest in my spot, too sleepy to question what just happened.
It was a dream, but it wasn't. It was more of an impression. An impression that my girl wasn't there. A sense of dread and fucking loneliness, a lot like how I felt before Bella came along. It scared the shit out of me. When the alarm went off, I took longer to pull away. It was screeching that same fucking annoying sound, but when Bella squeezed, I squeezed back, and stayed for just a few more fucking seconds. She got out of bed looking confused, but didn't ask me about what happened last night. Which is good, because I doubted if I could even explain it. She left me my cookies on the table, and left out the door like always. I was thankful she didn't want to dwell on that shit. I was feeling tense and fucking high-strung. I couldn't quite place why, the dream, all the drama that's been lingering around, I don't fucking know, but I felt like I was buzzing with it. Jazz got in the car that morning and got a knowing look on his face. He could always tell my emotions. He slumped down into the passenger seat and looked straight ahead while I drove. We had been drifting apart since all the bullshit that happened last year, never seeing each other outside of school or hanging out on weekends. And Em had that party coming up, and I really just wanted to fucking enjoy being normal for a change and hopefully ease some of the tension I was feeling. Hey, Jazz. Party at the Cullen Mansion Friday. You in? I turned my head towards him and quirked an eyebrow. He pursed his lips thoughtfully for a few moments. Fuck it, why not? He shrugged, laying his head on the seat and closing his eyes. I smirked. Jazz always had a hard time turning down a party. Though this particular one would be far more legal than usual shit he's used to. And I was fucking thankful Jazz still had his eyes closed when I pulled into the school parking lot. Because the sorry fucking excuse for pants that Brandon had on would have given him a heart attack, since she was bending over to get something from the floor of her car. My gaze probably lingered on her ass a little longer than was entirely appropriate. That was obviously the intended reaction though. I got out of the car before Jazz opened his eyes. I couldn't bear to see him suffer that hard on. By lunch, most of my tension had subsided. I could see my girl giving me worried sideway glances when I passed her in the quad, but I was fine. Just need to let loose a little is all. Jazz was at the table when I got to the cafeteria. And I knew the look he had on his face. It was getting to be too much for me to watch this bullshit. I sat down in my seat fucking loudly and sent him a pointed glance. Do it, fucker. He was bouncing his leg up and down so fast, it made the whole table vibrate. I rolled my fucking eyes. I went to get my bag of cookies out to eat before I realized I left them on my table this morning. I glared into its empty spot. Fucking shit. I straightened back up and began eating the disgusting school food Jazz had on his tray. When he glowered at me, I shrugged and smirked. Couldn't get that fucker any more stressed than he already was. He leaned back into seat and let out a deep breath, rubbing his face with his hands and calming himself sufficiently. We sat there in silence for a long while, eating and drinking, with all the sounds of the cafeteria surrounding us. Suddenly, Jazz pounded his fist on the table with a loud slam that shook the food tray and nearly spilled his milk. I snapped my head up from the tray, slightly fucking shocked and confused. He was staring behind me, so I slowly turned and followed his gaze. Brandon was at the entrance of the cafeteria with her back to us 10 feet away. Newton was behind her acting like he was smacking her ass and chuckling at his friends. Hey! Brandon! Jazz yelled from his seat. I spun around to face him. And he looked fucking determined. He's going to fucking do it. I was sitting with my mouth hanging open in utter fucking disbelief. Then slowly it turned into a big fucking smirk, because I've been waiting for this shit for 4 years now. I leaned back in my chair and waited for Brandon to walk over. I knew she would. I could tell. When she was close, because the look on Jasper's face got calmer, and he just smiled at her all fucking goofy and in love like the stupid prick he is. My smirk was so big my cheek hurt. When she finally reached our table, she was standing there, all black leather pants, and a comically modest amount of cleavage, with the same fucking goofy grin that Jazz had plastered on her face. She didn't even notice I was at the table. Hey, Jasper. She chirped, looking a whole lot like she was trying with everything in her not to look as excited as she actually fucking was. My smirk grew, and I glanced at my girl's table where she was sitting staring at the exchange with the same smirk I was wearing. Tit for tat. Hey, have a seat, I wanted to ask you something. Jazz said coolly, swiping at his shirt like he was mildly bored. Which we all know is a fucking lie. Alice sashayed over to the seat next to him, and I had to suppress the snicker that was dying to come out, because they were just so fucking obvious and oblivious at the same time. She took her seat next to him, not even sparing me a glance, and leaned forward with her arms on the table, doing the same shit as Jazz, trying to look bored. I rolled my eyes. "What's up?" Alice asked, playing with a lock of her short black hair. Jazz was fixated on what her finger was doing before he snapped himself out of it. He stammered uncharacteristically, shaking his head. "You going to that party Friday at the Cullens?" He asked, like there wasn't a Cullen sitting right fucking here. Alice bobbed her little head so fast I thought it might fall off and smiled widely at him. He smiled back. "Fucking pathetic." "Yeah, me too." He shrugged nonchalantly. And with that, they were both lost again. Looking around nervously, not taking it any fucking further. I fought the urge to groan. Alice got a flash of something in her eye and smiled, reaching down into her book bag for something. And when she came back up, she was holding a fucking Ziploc bag of black leather ladyfingers. And suddenly I froze. Everything froze. Because Jazz would notice that bag, and the black Sharpie on it. He had been looking at bags just fucking like it for almost 2 weeks now. She tossed the bag on the table. "Cookie?" she asked seductively. Jazz turned towards her then, and glanced down at that fucking bag and stared at it wide-eyed. "Fuck me." Slowly he lifted his gaze to my eyes. And I was sending him every fucking silent message I could think of. Leave it the fuck alone. Don't fucking ask her shit. Drop it. Let it fucking go. I shook my head at him just to emphasize the look. But he wasn't having any of that shit. So, Alice. He reached in the bag and plucked out a cookie, not breaking my gaze. "You make cookies?" he asked, looking pissed. Holy fuck. And I wanted to laugh at him for even fucking thinking I was getting those cookies from Brandon, but I couldn't, because I knew what she was about to say. And I was fucked. Royally. "Nope." She chirped, eating a cookie along with him. "My cousin, Bella, does." She smiled widely at him, before he coughed on a piece of cookie. Chapter 14. Victorious Vanilla Vixens. After Jazz successfully dislodged the ladyfinger from his esophagus, he gaped at me. Fucking gaped. This is exactly why I didn't tell him a fucking thing. And because I knew Jazz so well, I knew he wouldn't say shit to Brandon about it, but I couldn't sit there and be fucking gaped at. So I stood up. Brandon didn't notice anything going on around her. She was too nervous to even focus on breathing right, so I walked out. I walked out and left Jazz there, and prayed that Brandon would distract him long enough for me to prepare myself for the fucked up conversation we were going to have. I debated with myself in bio if I should tell Bella what was going on. I didn't see any reason why I should or shouldn't, and when the bell rang I still hadn't come to any conclusion, so I just let her walk out. I figured I could relay the whole fucked up story to her tonight, when we were alone. But because Jazz knew my last class, he was standing there beside the door, fucking waiting for me. And the look of pure curiosity on his face when he saw me walking towards him was really unacceptable. It made me uncomfortable. I could feel him scrutinizing me, and I didn't fucking like it. I walked up to him, keeping my same bored mask I always used in this fucking dump. Jazz quirked an eyebrow. "I think we need to ditch today," he said simply. Like he wasn't giving me an option. I almost snorted at him. Standing there in another pair of holy jeans and another grubby band shirt, acting like I fucking owed him something. But I knew better. If it were Jazz, he'd fucking tell me. And that thought made me feel kind of shitty. I was being a shitty friend. And I'd have to get the conversation over with eventually. Better sooner than later. So I nodded and started towards the parking lot while he followed, sprinting to keep up with me. Once we made it to the car and were both inside, the silence was heavy and thick, and I wasn't going to be the first one to fucking break it. So I put my key in the ignition and drove towards home. I could feel his eyes on me the whole way. boring holes into my head. But he didn't say anything. I don't know what the fuck he was waiting for. It's not like I was Brandon or some shit. But he just kept his mouth shut the whole way to my house. I pulled in and got out, really fucking ready to just be in that house, and wishing it was 10 already, and my girl was waiting for me on that couch. He followed me into the house without a word. Never saying a thing, just fucking staring still. No one was home, so I went to the living room, and flopped heavily onto the couch. Jasper just stood there in front of me, never sitting down. Okay. Jazz started slowly, narrowing his eyes at me. What the fuck are you doing with the crazy girl? He asked. And that shit pissed me off for the final time. She's not fucking crazy. I growled through clenched teeth, glowering at him. Her name is Bella. I snapped, glad that I could finally tell him that since I had been waiting to, since day one. His eyes grew wide, and he looked stunned. To think that I would defend Bella Swan. After the initial shock from that comment wore off, he slid into the chair he was closest to. Okay. Not crazy. I get it. He said, looking rather fucking apologetic. Jazz knows me well enough to know that I rarely defend people. So, what's going on with you and Bella? He emphasized her name, like he deserved a gold fucking star or some shit. I huffed, and it was probably a little fucking childish to do so, but I huffed nonetheless. Because this was one long fucking story, and there was no way out of it. Remember that shitty party you skipped? I asked, defeated. Jazz furrowed his brows and nodded, so I continued. Well, she came with Brandon. He looked surprised to hear this, of course. But Newton was fucking with her, so she ran upstairs to hide from him, and she just so fucking happened to choose my room to run into. He pursed his lips, thoughtful. Then nodded for me to continue. I let out a deep breath and sank into the couch. Then I told him everything. I told him about the first meeting, about her not sleeping, about my not sleeping. I left out the parts private for Bella. I wouldn't fuck my girl over like that. Her story is hers to tell. Jazz understood. I told him about the gazebo, and the fucking delicious cookies she'd bring me. I'd tell him how we talked because we were both so fucked up and just clicked. I told him about my cold, and about how my girl took care of me, and I told him about Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving night. Wait. He held his hand up after I got to the part about her touching me. So, she can touch you, but no one else? He asked, incredulous. I let out a frustrated sigh. Yes, okay. Now shut the fuck up. Save your questions for the end. I snapped. He was going to read too fucking much into this as it was. I could already see it on his face. So I told him about how we slept together all night. And yes. Of course, his jaw hit the fucking floor because he was getting it all wrong. But I just kept going. I told him about how we kept doing it. The dinners. The holding. I left out some things. The humming, for instance, no fucking way would he let me live that shit down. I left out the pajamas and tried with everything in me to make it seem a whole hell of a lot less intimate than it actually fucking was. By the end of the whole story, he was back to fucking gaping at me. So I sat, picked at my nails a little bit, just waited for him to soak it in. So. He cleared his throat, got up and started walking around inspecting the pictures on the walls of the living room with his thumbs locked into his belt loops. Let me see if I understand this. He furrowed his brows and cocked his head to the side. You and Bella Swan sleep together. I nodded. It was true. But you don't sleep together? I narrowed my eyes. That's why we keep our fucking mouths shut. You know, Jazz, contrary to popular belief, it is possible to have a female in your bed without fucking her. I spat. Because I saw it coming. He eyed me skeptically, but eventually took it for what it was worth. Just fucking sleep. I never told him about the kiss. No reason to fuel the fire. Brandon. He trailed off, turning to face me, looking cautious. "Will fucking kill you," he said simply. Like it was a fact. And it probably was. "Yeah, no shit," I scoffed. "That's why you're going to keep your fucking mouth shut too." I raised my eyebrows at him. I knew him better than to think he wouldn't, but I had to get the words out there anyways. He nodded at me and flopped back into the chair. We were silent for a while. The whole house was as a matter of a fact. School was probably already out, but it was a practice day, and Em wouldn't be home until Carlisle was. "Can I meet her?" Jazz asked from the chair. I snapped my head up to meet his gaze. "Absolutely fucking not," I said as calmly as possible, narrowing my eyes. My girl was not some novelty to be fucking gaped at. He quirked an eyebrow. "Why is that?" he asked. "Because you're a prick." I let out a deep sigh and slumped further into the couch, propping one of my boots on the coffee table, in front of me. "Because, I fucking told you, she doesn't like guys." Then after a pause. "And because, you're a prick." I smirked. Because he was. He knew it. He tried to look all fucking mock offended, but we both knew it was true. We were silent again for a while before something pretty fucking important occurred to me. "What happened with Brandon?" I asked, genuinely curious. I was praying that they just went into the janitor closet and humped each other for an hour. Brandon didn't exactly strike me as the prude type, after all. Jazz got that fucking goofy grin on his face again. "She's coming to the party." He snickered. And I rolled my fucking eyes, because of course Brandon was coming to the party. Then he tilted his head and pursed his lips. "She told me her cousin was coming too," he said with a raised eyebrow. I snorted. "She'll probably just spend the whole fucking night hiding in my room." I smirked, shaking my head. My girl wasn't a party person. Jazz looked pretty fucking taken aback at my casual talk of having a girl waiting for me in my room at night. And so I had to roll my eyes again. Because no one would ever understand, it just wasn't fucking like that. Yes, Bella and I had a great kiss. I wasn't lying when I told her she was better than Stanley. I liked it. Possibly more than I should. Definitely more than I should. It was more important than ever that I keep that fucking flip switched off, because it would be too easy to fuck it up. She had been through more shit in the last year than anyone should ever have to experience. She was delicate. Fragile. In some ways she was very maternal, taking care of me all the time. But in so many other ways my girl was so lost and childlike. I couldn't bear to be that asshole. To risk wanting to treat my girl the same way assholes like Newton did. And it would be so fucking easy to do it with her warm little body pressed against mine every night. But I was where she felt safe from assholes like that. There's no fucking way I would let her lose that comfort. And I knew that fucking switch was the only thing keeping me from acting like the hormonal teenage motherfucker I was, and losing it all. And I couldn't lose the routine. I couldn't lose my girl.
He did it. Jasper actually talked to Alice. And now I was barricaded in her room listening to her go a million miles a minute, and scrutinizing every last detail of the exchange. The hair. Alice sighed dreamily while sitting on the floor against her bedroom door. She had come in and closed it and slid back against it, and she hadn't moved for an entire hour. She had a look of victory on her face ever since lunch. It was like... She breathed with a wide smile on her face. No. She shook her head, bouncing her black spiky hair all over the place. No words. No words for that hair. She giggled. And I giggled right along with her as I laid on her bed, because I knew exactly how she felt. "Oh," she squealed, clapping her hands together. "And he loved your cookies." She winked and rubbed her hands together. "They were kind of my secret weapon." She snickered. And I chuckled at her because they were my secret weapon too. Of course I didn't have black leather pants. She heaved another dreamy sigh and rested her head back against the door, closing her eyes, and still grinning like an idiot. 2 more days. she said with a victorious nod, then lifted her head up and looked at me with a determined expression. 2 more days, and Jasper Hale will be mine. She smirked. And I had to giggle at her, because she didn't know it yet, but he already was. I had been mildly concerned all day about Edward's dream the previous night. It was the first time either of us had a dream at all while we were sleeping together. And honestly, it scared me. Because if his dreams came back, I would be useless. I could still bring him food and talk to him, and I'd stay awake with him all night if he'd let me just to keep him company, but I couldn't lose the one thing I had over anyone else. The ability to make him sleep. It was the only hold I had on him at all. So when I packed up his dinner that night and got ready to leave, I reasoned with myself not to bring it up. I'd lived in the land of denial where Edward was concerned long enough to add one more thing to that list. Edward seemed different tonight when he came to the door. And I was scared because I was thinking the dream was worse than I thought. But what he said as he pulled the hood off my head shocked me. Jazz knows everything. He muttered, and then took his seat on the bed with a heavy flop, relaying the events of his afternoon to me. I stood stunned, battling with the part of myself that was happy that someone else knew, and the other part that was scared Edward wasn't. I began unloading his meal, glancing at him warily, wondering if this changed anything, and praying it didn't. He didn't seem any more distant than he usually was. Don't worry, Jazz will keep his fucking mouth shut. No one will ever know. Edward shrugged after I got settled on the sofa. I frowned at him. I suppose a part of me was hoping that it would all come out, and we wouldn't have to hide anymore. Would it really be the worst thing ever? I grimaced and dropped my head down. Edward sighed heavily and raked his fingers through his hair, staring into the container. Don't fucking look at me like that, Bella, he sighed, and then looked up to meet my eyes when I lifted my head. I'm not fucking ashamed of you. I just don't want everybody getting the wrong fucking impression. He plunged the fork into his mouth and began chewing while staring at me. I don't know what I looked like. Maybe a little hurt. Possibly a little skeptical. He rolled his eyes. Do you have any idea what your cousin would do to me if she found out about this? He chewed, motioning at the bed he was sitting on. And I cringed. Because the thought of all the screeching Alice would do when she found out I was sleeping next to Edward Cullen every night was horrifying. Edward chuckled. See? He asked, eating his food with a smirk. She'll cut my fucking balls off. He snickered. And I cringed again, because it was rather likely her real reaction wouldn't be far from it. She would never believe that Edward wasn't somehow taking advantage of me in ways that didn't involve sleep. Not that he ever would. My mind echoed bitterly. I mentally slapped myself for the bitterness. Take what you can get, Bella. I nodded at Edward in understanding, and watched him eat the rest of his meal in silence, plugging the iPod earbuds into my ears while listening to his usual moans and hums. When he was done, he put the containers away and told me how good the meal was, which made me smile. Then he got out his sketchbook and started drawing, so I walked over to the bookcase to select the book I had been reading, and relaxed on the sofa. It was silent for a long while, just Edward and I enjoying each other's presence like we always did. Fuck. Edward's low curse alerted me to the bed. Here. He mumbled, reaching over to his bedside table to get something while his sketchbook was still in his lap. He slid something off the table and into his palm. Before I forget. He added, turning back towards me. He held his hand out over the mattress, and I furrowed my brows, closing my book and getting off the sofa. I walked closer to the bed to inspect the contents of his palm. A key. I raised an eyebrow at him questioningly. To the room. He shrugged, holding it out further so I would take it. Slowly, I lifted my hand and plucked the key from his palm, staring at it with a confused expression. Edward was giving me the key to his room? I grinned a little despite myself, and still quirked an eyebrow at him, wondering why I would need it. He rolled his eyes. I assume Brandon is dragging you to this party on Friday? He raised his eyebrows. I nodded with a grimace. I already agreed, pre-Jasper committal, and she'd never let me get out of it. And I assume you don't want to stay down there with all those fucking drunk guys? I nodded again. I had planned to come up to Edward's room to read and talk to him again. Like the last party. I grinned again despite myself. Well, I'm locking the room up. I'm going to be hanging with Jazz while he's here. He continued sketching. My grin turned into a frown. You're going to the party? I asked quietly, still standing in front of his bed holding the key. He looked up from his sketch with a cautious expression, and nodded at me once. I bit my lip and looked back down at the key. I was a little disappointed that I wouldn't be spending the party with Edward, but after staring at the key for a moment, I realized I'd be waiting here for him when Jasper left. And I couldn't really feel upset that he wanted to spend time with his friend. I closed my fist around the key and slipped it into my pocket, looking up and giving Edward a smile to show him it was okay. He sent me a little half-smile back and continued sketching. We got ready for bed not long after that. Changing into our pajamas and sliding under the covers comfortably. Once the light was off, he turned towards me and wrapped me protectively in his arms with a sigh. I returned the gesture, resting my head on his chest and bringing my arm up to stroke his hair like always. I started humming quietly, praying he wouldn't have another dream tonight, while he tightened his grip on my waist. It was the first morning I was glad to wake up to that stupid alarm clock. I was glad it woke me up and not Edward. He didn't dream last night. I smiled into his chest and gave him my usual squeeze. Yesterday he squeezed me back, but this morning he pulled away with his usual groan. I let out a sleepy sigh and rolled out of the bed, while he fumbled with the screeching clock sleepily. I drowsily stumbled my way through the dark to the sofa to get my bag, snatching it up, and heading into the bathroom. I flicked on the light and hissed at the intrusion, squinting my eyes and glaring at my reflection. My hair looked awful. I began removing my pajamas, which always smelled like Edward in the mornings. I folded them neatly and slid them into my bag, removing my day clothes and hoodie and putting them on. I stood in front of the mirror for a moment, grimacing at the haystack hair I was sporting before I pulled it up into a ponytail to wash my face. When I was done, I reached into my bag and produced my toothbrush, attacking my morning breath with vigor. While I was brushing, I took a glance at the toothbrush holder on Edward's counter. He had a green toothbrush. I kept brushing, cocking my head to the side at it. It was just sitting there in that holder all alone. I spit into the sink and rinsed out my mouth before running the water over my toothbrush. I went to put it back in my bag like always, but I stopped. Slowly, I straightened up and glanced at the toothbrush holder. I looked at it and back to the toothbrush in my hand a few times. Hesitantly, I lifted the brush and slid it into the hole beside Edward's. I stood back and cocked my head to the side, staring at it curiously, biting my lip. I mean, it's only practical. I never brush my teeth at home. I always do it at Edward's every night and every morning. Surely it only makes sense to keep it here. I was ignoring the little voice in my head that was squealing over the fact there was some evidence of me in his room at all. Usually I would be careful not to leave anything, packing it all away diligently. But I was going to leave the toothbrush. It looked right next to Edward's. Green and blue. With a nod and a triumphant smile at the toothbrush holder, I walked back into Edward's room and packed up the rest of my things. I knew he was still awake because he was running his fingers through his hair like always. Otherwise, his eyes were closed. Drawing up my hood and slinging the bag onto my back, I produced the bag of cookies I had made the night before and deposited them on his bedside table. Victorious Vanilla Vixens. Made in tribute to Alice and her leather pants. She would love them. I sent a smile and a small wave to Edward's grumbling sleepy form, wrapped up in the blankets, and walked out the door. A little victorious myself. Chapter 15. Sourly Cinnamon. Edward never mentioned the toothbrush Thursday. When I climbed up to his room, he was waiting there for me, like always. Hungry, bored and sketching. I was on his couch watching him eat, when I began struggling to imagine Edward at the party tomorrow. In my head I was putting together the perfect hangover remedy. But I didn't want to pry, so when he was done we just talked about a new album he got. Anything but the party. I almost felt resentful that I couldn't be downstairs with him enjoying it. But I pushed that bitterness aside, because once the night was over, I would be the one he'd come to. When Edward closed his sketchbook at the end of the night, he looked really very tired, so I made my way to the bathroom, hoping to find my toothbrush still nestled in beside his. I'm not exactly sure what I was expecting him to do with it, but I was happy when it was still there, just sitting next to his, looking happy as a clam. I smiled at it before I plucked it up and finished my nightly routine. We crawled into bed like always, turning off the light and scooping each other up. I didn't get past the first verse of the song before Edward was asleep. Friday started badly. When the alarm clock went off and Edward pulled away, I rolled out of bed and stumbled to the couch like always. But I stubbed my toe on the bed frame. I hopped the rest of the way to the sofa to get my bag, muttering low profanities that made Edward drowsily snicker from the bed. I glowered at him. It was like the omen for my entire day. I slipped off the lattice 4 steps too early and landed on my back. It didn't hurt me. Physically. Though my pride surely took a hit. I burned my wrist making bacon for Esme after I got home. Stupid splattering grease. I felt so betrayed. On the way out the door to school with Alice, I hit my hip on the doorknob. Hard. I glowered at it sourly, and got into the yellow Porsche, just knowing. This was going to be one of those days. I couldn't enjoy Alice's enthusiasm over the whole Jasper situation on the way to school. And that just made me even more sour. I failed my trigonometry quiz rather thoroughly. It was my very first fail, and I shot daggers at the mocking red F all first period. It was pouring all day, making my boots slippery, and my footing horrible. I nearly tripped twice in second period, which is saying a lot because I only stood up once. When I passed Edward out in the quad, he was entirely drenched, slippery black leather jacket, and hair that I was dying to smooth back out of his eyes. And looking anywhere but at me. I slopped into lunch with my hoodie weighing 3 times what it was meant to, and dripping like a wet cat over to Alice's table. I flopped in my seat with a disgusting splat. I could almost hear her quirk an eyebrow at me, but I didn't look up, just got out my book and opened it, my hair dripping little wet circles into the white pages. I really just wanted this day to be over. To be in Edward's bed warm and dry. And smelling him. But when I walked into biology, I found the universe really did hate me. Because Edward was already in his lab stool, and I slipped right in front of him. 1 second, I was slopping towards the lab table, the next I was landing face first on the cold floor with another disgusting splat. I didn't move at first. I just closed my eyes and laid there in my own self-induced puddle, sparing myself a few seconds to loathe my existence. Everyone else in the room was chuckling and snickering, but I didn't care. I slowly dragged myself off the cold, now wet floor, and swatted the wet tendrils from my face furiously. I chanced a peek at Edward, and he was glaring at everyone else in the room with his fists clenched tight at his sides. I felt my face soften when I realized he was mad that they were laughing at me. It made the rest of the class bearable. But then there was Jim. Jim was awful. I got hit with 5 different basketballs. I don't even know how or where they came from, and I didn't even flinch away. I just took it, thinking eventually the universe would see I've taken as much as I could possibly handle and leave me be. When I was finally home, I slopped all the way to Alice's bedroom, glowering at the floor the entire way, and watched her model 12 different outfits for the party tonight. Bella. She screeched, making me cringe. Are you even looking? I lifted my head enough to see her black skirt and halter top that was likely to make her freeze all night, and nodded. She huffed and walked back into her closet to change again. When she asked me again, I suggested she were the green dress from the last party. She left me alone after that. I was afraid to make dinner. terrified. I stood in the kitchen, glancing at the stovetop warily for 20 minutes. I really didn't need any more burns. I made sandwiches while Alice bounced around the house in another skimpy outfit. I didn't have it in me to mention the green. She was on her own. No way was I spreading my cursed luck to her for the day. When the time came to make cookies, I let out a hysterical laugh at the empty mixing bowl, wondering what kind of vile recipe could possibly sum this particular brand of crappy day up. I decided it involved cinnamon and a sickening amount of sugar, so I went to work, beating all the ingredients a little harder than was really necessary. When they were done, I made 5 Ziploc bags. I added Jasper in the mix, because cookies were Alice's secret weapon, and I wanted him to like me. He was Edward's best friend, and now he knew about me. I labeled the cookies Sourly Cinnamon. When 10 finally came, Alice and I made our way over to the Cullens. I brought my old book bag and filled it with my pajamas and food for Edward. But I told Alice I just wanted to do homework while I was there. That earned me a very cold glare. She didn't like the idea of me doing schoolwork in place of partying. I nearly snorted at her. Alice was gone and in the house before I even made it to the walkway. I glared at the cold, wet, soggy ground and slopped further towards the booming house. I rolled my eyes at the loud rap music they were playing. Because the Forks suburbs were so gangsta. There were people everywhere. More people than last time. I don't know where Emmett found everybody, but there were clearly more people attending than the usual Forks crowd. I kept my head down when I finally cleared the threshold. There was a small group of people in the foyer making their way outside, laughing boisterously as I passed. I hugged the walls, figuring an emotional breakdown would be just the kind of thing to top this day off. I made my way to the staircase, not even looking up. I bobbed and weaved, and hugged the wall of the living room with a grimace. But as I hit the first step, I decided to use the empty space to get a layout of the room, and maybe see Edward or Alice. So I lifted my head and began scouring the crowd. Emmett was standing on the couch with a very bored Rosalie at his side. He was chugging a large bottle of something, likely alcoholic, while a small group that had gathered was chanting for him to chug. I grimaced again. I looked around some more, hoping to spot that bronze mop of hair. I spotted Alice's little black head first, hopping over to a large table at the far end of the room. She had heels so high, she was nearly the same height as the people she was passing. I followed her with my gaze until eventually she met up with Jasper. He had on grubby jeans and a shirt. He never looked like he cared much about his appearance. Alice is sure to ruin that. He smiled at her big and wide, offering her a red plastic cup, which she took indifferently. I wanted to snort at her, trying to look like she didn't come to this party just to see him. I shook my soaked, hooded head and moved my gaze over the crowd some more. Not too far from Jasper, I found the mop of hair I had been looking for. Edward was sitting in a chair close to the table, leaning it back with his feet, and teetering with a drink in one hand, and the other in his jacket pocket. He was watching the Jasper/Alice exchange with a smirk. I smiled automatically. He was getting some amusement out of it. I bit my lip and stood there, holding on to the banister, wishing I could be with him, or hoping Edward would meet my gaze. He never did. Instead, another girl came into my view. Strawberry blonde hair, teased and curled, winding down all her cleavage. And she flopped onto his lap, making the chair he was leaning back and hit the floor with a thump I could almost hear from where I was standing across the room. I clenched down on the banister and tried to force my eyes away, but I couldn't. I just stood there watching, while my vision went red. Her big stupid blonde hair was blocking Edward's face, but I could see her running her ugly pale fingers through his hair. My hair. And that was it. I tuned my head and ran up the staircase, tripping on the last step, but not feeling it all. I kept running through the second story, trying to keep the tears back. I darted up the next set of stairs onto the third floor, panting and still dripping wet. I fumbled through my hoodie pocket for the key to Edward's room, and forced it into the lock roughly, flinging the door open and slamming it behind me. I balled my fists into my eyes and let out a frustrated growl, keeping them there for a few minutes while I stewed and seethed. I took my fists off my eyes and looked around the room. It looked just the same as always. Nothing out of place. Except for me. I flung my bag off and threw it on the black leather sofa, hitting the cushion with yet another disgusting splat. After my initial anger died down, I felt another emotion. It wasn't bitterness. It was defeat. The strawberry blonde was exactly something Edward should go for. She was beautiful, sexy, confident. My complete opposite. I sunk into the sofa and leaned my head back, closing my eyes. Just waiting for Edward to come so I could take what I could get. And trying with all my might not to imagine what he was giving her.
Fucking Emmett and his stupid fucking parties. I sat beside the rather large table of alcohol and leaned back. All I wanted to do was get fucked up for one night. That's it. I had never had the chance to really get drunk. Always having to stay awake, always too afraid of drinking too much to fully enjoy it. Of course, I still couldn't enjoy it. Because people were fucking everywhere. I wanted to be in my room, just fucking relaxed. But Brandon was coming tonight, and Jazz needed a wingman. And unfortunately, I was that motherfucker. I glanced over at him from where I was sitting and saw him staring intently at the entryway. I followed his gaze and took notice that Brandon had finally arrived. I smirked. She was looking slutty as ever. Black mini skirt and a red halter top. She looked like sin. She weaved her way through the crowd and finally made it to Jasper, taking a drink from his hands, looking bored. I smirked bigger and forced back a snicker. I watched the unfolding exchange in mild curiosity as Jazz coolly leaned back on the table. Just as I was about to make some snarky fucking comment to him for the sole purpose of seeing him embarrassed in front of Brandon, something large and heavy dropped into my lap and knocked my chair back to the floor. I blinked a few times, stunned, and focused on a very white smile of a strawberry blonde. Sitting on my fucking lap. I darted my eyes down to her very obvious cleavage and stared a beat longer than was entirely necessary, enjoying the view. She brought her hand up and began running it through my hair. "Hey there," she purred, leaning in closer to me. "My name is Tanya." She smiled seductively. Her words weren't slurred, but I could smell the Jaeger all over her. I put on my signature crooked smile and watched as her eyes lit up. "Hello, Tanya. What a nice name," I said sweetly, grabbing her hip. She smiled wider and leaned into me even further. I let my smile fall and I glared at her. "Now, get the fuck off of me," I spat. I was expecting her face to fall, or maybe for her to run off crying or some shit, but she just smiled wider and kept stroking my hair, which just pissed me off even more. Don't get me wrong, the Tanya bitch was sexy, fucking hardcore sexy. All cleavage and legs that I followed with my eyes down my thighs. But I knew what this girl wanted. They were all the same. Come to a party, looking for the nearest cute single guy to sink their teeth into after they were drunk enough to let their inhibitions wear off. I wasn't fucking interested. It probably would have been smart to just fuck her in some bathroom or something. Maybe get a blowjob just to ease my tension a bit. Let the switch on for an hour or two. But all I could smell while I was sitting there with her in my lap was cotton fucking candy. And it made me fucking nauseous. I roughly shoved her off my lap by her bony hip. Probably a little too fucking roughly, but I didn't give a shit. She stumbled off my lap glaring at me, and clicked away in her heels without another word. I let out a frustrated sigh and ran my fingers through my hair, hating that she even fucking touched it. I chanced to peek over towards where I last saw Jasper, and he was gone. And that shit pissed me off. I was thinking if Brandon was already here, my girl was upstairs waiting for me. And with that thought, I grabbed the nearest bottle of clear liquor and 2 shot glasses, and made my way through the crowd to the staircase. There was only one person in this house I wanted to get drunk with. Anyone could see my girl was having a shitty day. She fell in bio today, and I had to fight with my every instinct not to get up, up and pick her up off that floor. I knew Bella had never gotten drunk before. And I cringed to think off all the possibilities of her first time doing it in some fucking frat house or some shit when she went to college. Better to quench her curiosity now while I was around to look after her. I trudged my way up the stairs, passing all the doors I had locked up carefully so no one would enter. I could just imagine the look on Daddy C's face when he went into his office and found a used condom on his floor. I snickered into the empty hall. I reached my door and tried the doorknob, but it was locked. I smirked. Smart fucking girl. I knocked on it and followed with a perfunctory "it's me," balancing the bottle and glasses in my hands. When Bella finally opened the door, the look on her face confirmed what I had earlier thought. Shitty fucking day. She shuffled her way to the sofa while I closed the door. When she flopped down, water splattered out of her hoodie, and I couldn't help it. I fucking chuckled. Fuck, Bella. I shook my head while heading to the bed. Go fucking change into something dry. I saw her bag on the sofa. I knew she brought pajamas. I set the bottle and glasses down and turned to her with a wry smile. We're getting drunk. I smirked. Her eyes got wide behind all the brown hair that was shielding it. I've never. She trailed off quietly and began picking at her sleeves nervously. She was so fucking cute when she was nervous. I rolled my eyes. No shit, Bella. I shook my head. I got your first kiss, I'm getting your first drunk too. I smirked, peeling off my leather jacket and slinging it over the bed. I turned around again to glance at her on the sofa, and she was fucking blushing. I rolled my eyes again. Even saying the word kiss around Bella made her blush. She hesitantly lifted herself off the sofa and grabbed her bag, shuffling her way to my bathroom to change into her pajamas. As soon as the door closed, I peeled off my clothes and slid into my pajamas too, because the shit I was wearing still smelled like cotton fucking candy. I could hear the water turn on in the bathroom and figured Bella was brushing her teeth, which made me roll my eyes, because all that minty shit was just going to make the vodka taste even worse. But it brought me back to yesterday morning when I walked into the bathroom and spotted a new occupant in my toothbrush holder. I stared at it for quite a while, wondering why she left it there. I figured it was intentional. I mean, you don't accidentally drop your toothbrush into a fucking toothbrush holder. Right. I wanted to give it back to her because it made me uncomfortable having her shit in my room, but I kept my mouth shut. Because it looked right sitting there next to my green one. All fucking little and blue. Even our toothbrushes were tit for tat. I shook my head and flopped onto my bed, making the shot glasses clink together slightly. I suppose in the end I was glad it was just a toothbrush. The first sign of a tampon, and I'm squashing this shit. Bella opened the door finally, shuffling out in her blue pajama pants and baggy white t-shirt. Her hair was still wet and dripping, and she looked fucking glum. Put your hair back or some shit, you're dripping water everywhere. I said, arranging the bottle and glasses on the bed for us. She stopped in front of the sofa and looked at me blankly for a moment, then reached into her bathroom bag and pulled out something to put her hair back with. She used her little hands and fingers to gather up all her hair on the top of her into a little bun. I stared for a moment, because I had never seen Bella with all her hair out of her face and off her neck. Fucking pale. My girl was always fucking pale. I shook my head and patted the bed in front of me, motioning for her to come sit on it with me. It was very reminiscent of the first kiss, and as she climbed up onto the bed and crawled over, I could see a faint blush tint her little cheeks. It made me chuckle. She sat Indian style, mirroring me, exactly like the first kiss, but farther away. I opened the bottle and picked up a shot glass, filling it to the top and handing it to her, then filling the second one for myself. She stared at the glass of clear liquid dubiously, taking a sniff of it and crinkling up her little nose in a way that made me chuckle even more. Yes, it's fucking gross. I smirked, lifting the shot glass to my lips, and waiting for her to do the same. Hesitantly, she lifted the glass up to her lips with me. Breathe out of your mouth, it'll help. I ordered softly, knowing that toothpaste was going to amplify the shittiness. She brought a little hand to her nose and pinched it between her thumb and index finger. And I fucking laughed into my shot glass, but finally tilted it back, drinking the vodka in a quick motion. Bella copied me, throwing it back into her mouth, still holding her nose, and swallowing in one movement. Once it was all in, her eyes got wide, then they clenched together, and she let out a little fucking half shudder, half cringe with her little face all puckered up. And I had to chuckle again, because she never let go of her nose. Once the tremors wore off, she dropped her hand from her nose and stared at me blankly. "Feeling warm?" I asked, knowing she probably would be. She nodded, and set the glass down on the bed beside mine. She put her little hands in her lap. "Why do people even drink this stuff?" She grimaced, staring at the bottle of vodka between us. "It's disgusting." She cringed a little, probably remembering the taste. I snickered at her. "You'll find out in about 10 minutes. I smirked and began filling her glass again. I wouldn't let my girl get too fucked up. Just fucked up enough to scare her away from any future experiences. She threw down another shot, easier than last time, but still holding her nose, and the puckering growing more pronounced, opening her mouth and smacking her tongue against the shitty taste. I poured her a few more shots, but stopped her when I noticed her eyes getting the familiar glaze over them. It didn't take much for her. I took twice as much, and my girl just sat there in front of me, fucking watching, smacking her lips still. Once I was satisfied we had enough alcohol in our systems to enjoy a very good buzz, I closed the bottle and set it on the bedside table with the shot glasses. When I turned back around to Bella, she was staring at me blankly, eyes a little glazed over, still looking fucking glum. "Now what?" she asked, playing with the fabric of her blue flannel pajama pants. I scooted back to lean against my headboard. "Now, we fucking sit back and enjoy it." I shrugged. Bella pursed her lips and nodded, looking down at the hand that was picking at her pants. I leaned my head back against the headboard and closed my eyes, enjoying the relaxing tingling feelings from the liquor. I heard Bella make some sort of movement on the bed. "Do you do this often?" she whispered. I opened one eye to see she had gone fucking fetal on me again. I rolled my one opened eye. "Every now and then when Jez fucking ropes me into it." I shrugged one shoulder and closed my eye again, feeling warm and heavy. We were silent for a while, just enjoying the effects. You could still hear the loud bass of the music below us, nearly rattling the windows of the mansion. I was deciding in my head that there was no fucking way I was helping Em clean up tomorrow. I saw Crowley vomit in that houseplant. Fucking lightweight. "I saw you with that girl down there." Bella's soft whisper broke me from my thoughts. I slid my eyes open and she had gone back to sitting Indian style, staring at her hands in her lap intertwined. Her eyelids looked heavy as fuck, and I nearly smirked that my girl was quiet drunk before her comments sunk in. "Oh," I said, surprised she stayed down there long enough to see. Then I fucking grimaced remembering the cotton candy bitch. "Yeah. I stammered, furrowing my brows. "Tori," I said, and then realized that wasn't her name. "No. Tara?" I pursed my lips and looked towards the window, then decided it didn't really fucking matter what her name was. So I fucking shrugged at Bella. She looked up at me and licked her lips lazily. I could tell it was really starting to hit her. She was very pretty. She said in a soft voice that was nearly slurred, but not quite yet. I snorted. "You don't call girls like that pretty." I slurred lightly, arching a brow. I was feeling it pretty fucking good myself. Bella pursed her lips and looked back down at her hands. "What would you call them?" she asked quietly, picking at her pajama pants once again. I rubbed my hand over my face lazily, remembering the strawberry blonde and all her cleavage. "Sexy, voluptuous, seductive. Easy." I shrugged, remembering that the view really was rather nice. "Not pretty," I concluded. Bella glanced up at me from under her eyelashes, and my breath nearly hitched, because she looked so fucking different when she did shit like that. What would you call pretty? She asked, her words slurring a little more. I pursed my lips and furrowed my brow. What would I call pretty? What kind of fucking random-ass question was that? Why does it matter? I asked, being appropriately evasive, feeling uncomfortable discussing my particular type of girl to Bella. She shrugged and darted her eyes back to her hands. I leaned my head back to its previous position and closed my eyes again, just fucking enjoying the feeling. Would you call me pretty? Bella whispered in a light slur. I opened my eyes and looked at her, sitting in the same position staring at her hands. Surprisingly, she wasn't blushing. She just looked fucking glum. Then I had to think over her question. Would I call Bella pretty? I tried not to see her like that, but I couldn't deny she was attractive. I suppose pretty would suffice. Sometimes, when she didn't work so goddamn hard to hide herself, she was downright beautiful. Yeah, you're pretty. I concluded decisively with a drunken nod. She snapped her head up to meet my gaze and her eyes were glazed over more, and heavy-lidded. You're not just saying that to make me feel better? She slurred skeptically, halting the movement of her hands picking at her pant fabric. I quirked an eyebrow at her. Do I ever say shit just to make people feel better? I scoffed. It was true. I never said shit just to make people feel better, and I sure as fuck wasn't starting now. Bella's eyes lit up a bit that I called her pretty, and I wanted to snort at her for being such a fucking girl, all fucking insecure and shit. It was ridiculous. I rolled my eyes at her and leaned back on the headboard, but kept my eyes opened, staring at my little, insecure girl down my nose. Then she fucking smiled. All fucking big and goofy, and it lit her whole face up. I smiled back at her automatically because I fucking loved seeing my girl smile like that. Then finally, her whole face broke out into a bright red blush. I snickered. Don't freak out or anything. I rolled my eyes then finally slid them closed. I try not to see you like that. I sighed truthfully, closing my eyes. The room was silent and I felt so fucking good and tingly that it was making me drowsy. I smirked when I realized it didn't fucking matter. I had my girl here to keep the dreams away. When I opened my heavy lids again, Bella was staring at me with a furrowed brow, still sitting with her legs crossed, and all her brown hair piled up on top of her head. I quirked an eyebrow at her, wondering what the fuck she was staring at. But she just looked away, back into her lap with her little lips pursed. I closed my eyes again, feeling really fucking good, straightening out my legs and slumping back further onto the pillows below me drunkenly. I heard a quiet gasp and opened my eyes. Bella was staring at my stomach wide-eyed, where my shirt had ridden up when I slouched down. I furrowed my brows and glanced at my stomach. She had seen my fucking scars. I hastily pulled my shirt down to my waist and grimaced. Because I didn't like anyone seeing that shit. I glanced warily at Bella where she was still sitting staring wide-eyed at my now covered stomach. I snatched the pillow beside me and set it on top of it, kind of fucking embarrassed she had seen. She met my slightly blurred gaze again looking really fucking apologetic. I didn't mean to stare. She slurred out, darting her eyes back to her lap, and I fucking grimaced again, feeling like a fucking freak for the first time in quite a while. I clenched my eyes closed and held the pillow tighter, wishing she hadn't seen shit. The room was silent again for a few moments, and the alcohol was numbing the dread I was feeling, but not nearly fucking enough. Bella cleared her throat, and I opened my eyes. She was staring at her hands again. I have scars too. She slurred in a whisper, playing with her pajama pants again. I furrowed my brow and sat up all the way. From Phil? I asked cautiously, trying not to upset my girl. She pursed her lips and nodded heavily into her lap, sparing me a glance from under her eyelashes for a split second. I was about to ask more, but she sat up on her knees and turned around so her back was facing me, leaning back on her ankles. I wondered what the fuck she was doing, but then she reached over her head and grabbed the back of her shirt, sliding it up her back. My eyes widened and I briefly panicked, wondering what the fuck she was doing. But then I finally understood when the shirt stopped across her ribs. Because across Bella's lower back was a long jagged scar, reaching from her right hip, and disappearing behind her shirt across her spine. I sat there for a moment fucking gaping at it like a hypocrite before she put her shirt back down and swayed back around to face me, flopping back onto the bed and crossing her legs. I was debating if I should ask her exactly how Phil did it, but then decided I didn't want to bring all that shit up tonight. So I laid back down and gave her a little smile. My girl was trying to make me feel better by showing me that. I showed her mine and she showed me hers. And I was fucking drowsier than hell and ready to go to bed. Sleep? I slurred out, swaying lightly against the headboard and praying that the room wouldn't start spinning. Bella looked up at me and nodded, so I stood up and pulled the covers back, slipping underneath them with a sigh. No alarm. Bella slurred while climbing in next to me. I quirked an eyebrow at her. Pretty fucking risky. She settled into her pillow, lying facing me, and rolled her eyes. Esme's in Seattle. She slurred, sliding her eyelids closed. I nodded and turned the lamp off, not touching the alarm, and glad we could sleep the fuck in, because I was dreading the hangover I was going to have. I scooped my girl up, rather uncoordinated, but successfully, and pressed her to me without hesitation. She brought her little hand up and lazily began stroking my hair. I buried my face into the little bun on the top of her head and took a deep breath. So much better than cotton candy. I smiled into her hair and brought my hand down to her lower back, over where her scar was, and rubbed it lightly before pressing her to me more firmly. Tit for tat.
Chapter 16. Oatmeal Determination. I woke up at 10, swearing to myself I would never drink again. My head was pulsating. It wasn't quite as bad as Alice always made it out to be, but then again, I didn't get drunk enough to vomit in the hedges like Alice usually did. I think that probably had something to do with it. I opened one eye cautiously, squinting against the bright sun that I had only seen once in this room. I was still all wrapped up around Edward, and he was sleeping peacefully. In fact, as I lifted my head to look at him better, I realized it was the first time I had ever woken up first and had the chance to watch him sleep. I took a moment laying there to think over the previous night. Edward had quite obviously blown off the strawberry blonde. I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out why he would rather spend time up here getting drunk with me, but it made me happy nonetheless. I was a little dubious regarding the vodka, not really having drunk before, but Edward always made things comfortable for me. And as I previously promised to myself, I was never doing it again. Once was it for me. I glanced down under the covers to notice his big arm still wrapped around me. It made me smile. All wrapped around my waist just like it belonged. Like we belonged. Then Edward's words came into my pulsing head. He said I was pretty. I buried my face into his chest and smiled. Then my smile fell. Because he also said he tried not to see me that way. Tried. He said tried. Not didn't. My head nuzzle spurred Edward in consciousness. His eyes fluttered open, squinting much like me against the sunlight, and he darted them down to meet my gaze. And I blushed. Because we had never really woken up like this before. He stared at me for a few moments before clenching his eyes shut and groaning. I chuckled thickly. You too, huh? I asked in a raspy voice. He slowly extracted his arms from around me and rolled over like usual. Fucking vodka, he muttered, running his fingers through his hair. I chuckled again, rolling out of bed and making my way to the bathroom while he worked through his usual morning haze. I got dressed groggily, holding my head on occasion from the pulsing that I really didn't care for. I was really glad there was no vomit involved. I packed up at a slower pace than usual, sparing the occasional glance at the bed to make sure Edward didn't drift back into unconsciousness. I pulled my cookies out of my bag, and another bag of a special mix of herbs I looked up on the internet for hangover remedies. Ginseng, green tea, chamomile, nothing too exotic. I put them on the table, and gave Edward's curled up form instructions on the remedy, and a sympathetic glance before leaving out the balcony. It was bright out. The sun was shining. An odd event for forks. I sneaked out and peeked over the backyard, feeling more exposed without the usual darkness I was used to shielding me, and climbed down the lattice when I was sure the coast was clear. I walked into the back door of the house, and was met with silence. Alice probably figured I went straight home after she met up with Jasper, so she most likely expected me to lock myself in my bedroom all night. I walked down the hall to her bedroom to be certain she made it home okay, but her door was locked. I furrowed my brow at the knob, cocking my head to the side. Alice never locked her door before. It was just the three of us here, so she was always comfortable having it wide open. I knocked on the door loudly, panicking that something might be wrong. I heard muffled groans coming from the other side. Alice? I called at the closed door, not really needing her to come out, but needing to know she was okay. The door opened a crack and Alice's little head poked out, squinting, and looking a lot like she had a worse hangover than Edward and I combined. "You okay?" I asked, concerned there was something wrong still. She smiled at me, but it looked more like a grimace. "Feel shitty?" She grunted, or as much of a grunt as Alice could possibly make. Then I heard movement. In the room behind her. I furrowed my brows, wondering what could be in Alice's room, and then my mouth fell open in shock. "Alice." I hissed incredulously, not even believing the situation was real. Then she huffed, looked behind her shoulder into the room, and squeezed out the door wearing nothing but her pink silk bathrobe. My mouth hung open even wider in shock. I moved back in the hall to make way for her. Just pretty much gaping. I knew Alice was in love with Jasper, but I mean, come on. One night? And it was hardly even a date. She took in my shocked appearance and held her hands up. "No, Bella, we didn't have sex. I swear." She rasped, still squinting, then groaned, putting a hand up to her forehead. I let out a sigh of relief, nodded, and walked towards the kitchen, peeking over my shoulder to make sure she was following. She flopped onto the stool as graceful as possible, and held her head in her hands. I began making her the hangover remedy I made Edward. So, I started, pursing my lips and glancing sideways at my poor pathetic lump of a cousin. "What exactly happened last night?" I asked cautiously. It wasn't really any of my business, but I couldn't help the curiosity. Plus I had kind of already resigned to living vicariously through her. It was a big deal. She groaned again. A lot of making out. A lot of alcohol. Possibly a little vomit in the hedges. She rasped, dropping her forehead onto the granite counter in front of her. I chuckled, because Alice always puked in the hedges after she got drunk. I'm surprised they haven't completely died yet. I put the hot steaming cup in front of her, and took the seat across from her on the island. "And Jasper stayed?" I hedged, as more of a comment than a question. She lifted her head up and took a peek at the cup and nodded, picking it up and sipping it gingerly, still squinting. As if he heard me, Jasper came stumbling into the kitchen, looking a lot better than Alice, but a lot worse than me. I tensed up by instinct, but remained in my spot when he entered, still wearing the grubby outfit from the previous evening, and hair all over the place. He glanced up at me, sitting in front of Alice in my black hoodie still, though I had put the hood part down after I walked in the door. His eyes got wide for a moment before he offered me a tight smile. I could tell he was feeling bad too. So I got up off the stool without a word and began making poor Jasper a cup of the remedy as well. Alice glanced over at him and patted the stool beside her, which he walked over to hesitantly, stealing glances at me the whole way. I smiled back at him, showing him I was okay with it. "No breakdowns this morning." "Jasper," Alice rasped out, still holding her poor little head. "This is my cousin, Bella." She smiled, holding a hand out towards me. I nodded at him, while he nodded back, offering me a more genuine smile. I walked to him slowly, setting the cup on the far side of the counter, and sliding it towards him in his seat. He glanced down at it and quirked an eyebrow. "It'll help the hangover," I said quietly, walking backwards away from him, and sliding back into my stool. He hesitantly took the cup and began drinking it, grimacing at the taste, but not complaining. I never said it was good. Just that it would help. The three of us sat there in silence for a few moments, them sipping their remedies, and me just looking down at my lap and swinging my feet from the stool slowly. I looked for you last night, Alice rasped from her seat. I lifted my head to meet her gaze, and she narrowed her eyes at me. I bit my lip. I came home early. I shrugged, hoping she bought it, which she should, seeing as how it was very characteristic of me. Yeah. Jasper rasped. I flinched slightly, surprised to hear him speak up, but he was just staring into his cup. I saw her leaving. You should have asked me, he said to Alice, smiling at her in a way that softened her face. She shrugged and went back to drinking. But I was slightly shocked. Jasper was covering for me. When he met my gaze again, I flashed him the biggest grin I could muster, silently thanking him, to which he returned. It seemed a lot like an acceptance. He wasn't going to tell Alice, and he didn't mind whatever it was I had with Edward. I moved Emmett down a notch on my list of favorite guys, and slid Jasper into his spot. I was going to offer to make them breakfast, but Alice sent me a very pointed glance that told me she wanted privacy. So I lifted myself off the stool, and said a curt goodbye to them both, and went to take a shower. I spent the rest of my morning going over the evening with Edward since my earlier musings were cut short. He said tried. And I really hated to scrutinize his every word and tone just like Alice would with Jasper, but I had to. Because somehow, the whole night for me revolved around that one comment. It was echoing in my head all morning long. I try not to see you that way. Why? Why was he trying not to? I attempted not to put too much thought into the fact that he even had to try in the first place. The thought of it gave me too much hope. But it still didn't explain why. I threw my hoodie into the wash at noon. It was soaked all day yesterday, and it was like my second skin. While the washing machine was going, I hopped onto it, and began pondering over the other things he said, praying for some kind of clue. He said I was pretty. He said he had to try. Try. I furrowed my brows. That's when his previous statement came to me. Don't freak out or anything. Did he think it would freak me out if he saw me that way? I kept pondering over the whole thing, while the washing machine was vibrating below me. By the time it was done, I decided it didn't really matter why he tried. The important thing was that he was. So how do I break that? How do I break him? I groaned and scratched my head. Guys were so damned confusing. It was times like this I really wished I could just ask Alice for her advice. With that stroke of genius, I jumped off the washing machine and headed to her room, praying she was alone. When I entered the hallway, I saw her door was opened, but I knocked on the wall of the hall, just for safe measure. I'm alone. Alice huffed from her bedroom. I smiled and continued down the hallway, and into her room, where she was sitting in front of her vanity mirror fixing her hair. I took my usual seat on the bed and laid down. I watched her fix her hair for a while, wondering how to voice the question without being suspicious. It was a very slippery slope. I figured I could get anything out of her related to Jasper, so I started there. So I asked casually, swinging my leg from the end of the bed. How did you end up breaking Jasper? I asked, using my earlier mental words. Obviously they had come quite a long way since the few days before. She turned around and smiled widely at me, looking like her hangover was nearly gone. It was all a matter of a little bit of flirting, and a hell of a lot of liquor. She snickered mischievously. And I kicked myself, because Edward had liquor in him last night, and I didn't flirt at all. Not that I even knew how, which made me ask my next question. How did you flirt? I asked, furrowing my brows. I had never even seen anyone flirt, let alone harbor the knowledge involved to do such a thing. She perked up and turned her whole body towards me, almost vibrating with excitement. Well, she smiled wider and chuckled. I used all my eye moves. She smirked. I furrowed my brows. I moves? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Alice seemed to notice my confusion and let out a frustrated sigh. You know, I moves. She rolled her eyes after I shook my head at her. She straightened up, like she was preparing for something, so I sat up on the bed fully to face her, relatively interested in this whole I move thing. I mean, I had eyes. She put her head down, like she was looking at the floor, then looked up at me through her eyelashes with a little smile, while batting them. Then she straightened up and snickered. That is flirting? I asked, incredulous. That was barely anything. And it looked so cliché. Alice's brown eyes grew wide. Geez, Bella, haven't you ever flirted before? She asked, even more incredulous than I was. I slowly shook my head, fighting back a grimace. She gaped for a few seconds before rolling her eyes and reaching onto her vanity for one of her magazines, which she tossed at me from across the room. Page 43. She nodded decisively and turned back around to apply lipstick in the mirror of the vanity. I looked at the magazine dubiously. It was one of those stupid teenage girl magazines that I always rolled my eyes at. I opened it and went to the infamous page 43. It was all a bit overwhelming. The eye thing was definitely in there. But there was more. Things like casual touching and laughing more often than you usually would, which just sounded stupid to me. Of course, the next things on the list had to do with dressing, or the lack thereof. Showing off skin and looking your best. Then there were other things dealing with body language, like leaning in and whispering to the boy you're flirting with. I felt so ridiculous even considering this stuff with Edward. I tossed the magazine aside unceremoniously and left Alice to do her primping. By dinner time, I had decided that flirting was just plain stupid. There's no way I would ever be able to get through it without blushing madly and looking completely transparent. I did decide, however, that I had to do something. I couldn't just sit around and expect Edward to realize I liked him without making at least a minimal effort. I became mildly determined. I wanted to start small, nothing too big and obvious, just test the waters. I chose hair. Edward liked my hair. He was always smelling it and nuzzling it in his sleep. Hair was safe. Unfortunately, I didn't know the first thing about doing hair. So I went to the only person I knew who could. Alice squealed and jumped up and down, clapping her hands in the middle of her room when I asked. And I cringed. I felt like I was selling my soul to the devil. This is going to be so great, Bella. She squealed, making me cringe again. Then she took my hand and led me over to the cursed vanity. I glowered at all the hair products, wishing there was another way. She plopped me down into the seat with another squeal and began brushing and pulling my hair. So, what are we looking for? Up? Down? A little of both. Oh, I know, we'll put a little up here. Alice said excitedly as she twisted and pulled my brown hair every way. I blocked her voice out and closed my eyes, just waiting for it to be over. An hour later, Alice had my hair shiny. Really freaking shiny. And I don't know how she did it, but my God, was it shiny. She had curled the ends and clipped up my bangs with 2 clips behind my ears. I turned my head in the mirror, admiring the look. It wasn't so bad. It didn't look obvious. It was actually kind of pretty. And the thought of that word made me smile. I thanked her and promised her she could do it again before she went to bed. Apparently that was the only collateral acceptable. At 9 I began making my cookies and decided oatmeal would be a nice cookie. Oatmeal determination. I packed up Edward's dinner and cookies and slipped on my hoodie. Feeling a little glum that I couldn't wear the hood. I took one last peek in the mirror before I left at 10 to check my appearance, which just made me feel stupid. I rolled my eyes at my reflection, with my shiny brown hair cascading in loose curls over my black hoodie, and walked out the door, thanking God it wasn't raining tonight.
My day was shitty. Vodka is not my friend. I ended up helping him clean the house anyways, because that fucker was even worse off than I was. Of course, he didn't have Bella making him a fucking fantastic hangover remedy either. It tasted like ass, but it made me feel better. I left the vomit houseplant for him though. It's what that fucker gets. Jazz came over at noon to relay the events of the previous night to me. He had a fucking goofy-ass grin on his face the entire time. They made out. Second base was cleared. And with the way he was talking, you'd think they'd spent the whole night having the best fucking sex in the world. It was comical, really. I hadn't eaten a thing all day, too fucking scared I'd be the next motherfucker to vomit in the houseplant. So by the time 10 came, I was pretty fucking starved and waiting for my girl anxiously. She was perfectly on time, the little tap on the glass at 10. Always so fucking punctual. I opened the door quickly, and went to take the hood off her head, but was, instead met by a palm full of soft hair. I slowly lowered my hand and took notice that Bella didn't have her hood on tonight. In fact, her hair appeared to be made up or some shit. All brown and shiny and curly. And pretty. She smiled at me and brushed past me to unload my meal on my bed. And I kind of fucking gaped at her hair, because she never really made an effort to do shit like that. It was clipped out of her face, and just really fucking shiny. She shuffled to the sofa like usual, and I took notice how it swayed behind her in little wave, and all the little curls bounced around. I shook my head, and went to the bed to begin eating my meal while Bella listened to the iPod on the couch. We began discussing the whole fucking Alice and Jasper situation. Bella chuckled when I told her about Jasper's post-coital glow. Which was hilarious seeing as how there was no sex involved. I was just relieved I didn't have to explain to Bella what post-coital was. I was still slightly gaping at her hair. It was flowing down that black fucking hoodie in the cutest little tendrils. I wanted to pull on one and let it go and watch it bounce back up. And I felt like a fucking idiot. Your hair looks nice. I blurted while still fucking gaping, holding my fork in midair. Her head snapped up and she fucking blushed. Which was not helping with the whole feeling like an idiot situation. I rolled my eyes and kept eating. Alice did it. She smiled, looking down at her lap. I fucking chuckled, imagining Brandon kidnapping Bella and assaulting her with an overabundance of hair products. Then Bella glanced up at me through her long thick lashes, and my breath fucking hitched. It reminded me of last night when she did that. Because when she does shit like that, she just looks so fucking different. I think she wishes her hair was longer. She said quietly, still looking at me in that same fucking way, and batting her long lashes a bit. I was slightly mesmerized by the action, and then quickly diverted my gaze to my food, trying to shake that shit off. I didn't look back towards her for the rest of the meal. I thanked her for the meal and started on a sketch, while Bella read her book. I forced myself not to look up at her, and that fucking shiny hair. But I was still fucking tired, even though I slept in that morning. So after an hour, I closed my sketchbook and finally looked up. Bella glanced up at me from the book through her eyelashes again, so I quickly darted my eyes away. What the fuck was she doing? She got up and went to the bathroom to change, and I sat on my bed shaking my head at myself for being so fucking stupid. I was kind of hoping when she came out of the bathroom she would have her hair up, or something, but it was still there, flowing down her white t-shirt, and looking even better against white than black. I rushed into the bathroom after her, trying not to stare at it. It's just fucking hair. I did my nightly routine rather slowly, kind of fucking dreading having to face all those shiny curls. When I finally exited the bathroom, Bella was sitting on her side of the bed Indian style, waiting for me, with those fucking curls brushing her elbows and making me gape, even though I really didn't want to. I got into bed beside her under the covers and quickly turned off the lamp. Once Bella was situated, I rolled over and scooped her up, and plunged my hands into all those shiny fucking curls, breathing them in with a sigh while she buried her head into my chest. My face didn't leave her hair all night.
Chapter 17. Bye-bye Brandy Snaps. We woke up again without the alarm clock. The sun wasn't out today like yesterday, but it was still far brighter in the room than I was used to. I opened my eyes and peeked up at Edward, remembering how he looked yesterday. His face was mashed in all my curls, covering his nose and mouth as he breathed. It made me smile brightly. He liked the hair. I don't only say that because he told me it was nice. I could notice him looking at me differently. In a good way. I hope. I shifted my head slightly, but found that it was being held still by Edward's fist, tangled into the back of all the curls. He definitely liked the hair. I laid there for a long while with my head on Edward's chest, rising and falling, just enjoying feeling him asleep, and so peaceful beside me, buried in my shiny hair. After what seemed like an hour, he finally began to stir, nuzzling his head deeper into my curls. I smiled into his chest yet again. I wondered briefly if he even noticed how much he liked my hair. He stiffened infinitesimally, then groaned and pulled away from my hair. Just like always. I rolled out of bed without another glance at him. I wanted the last thing I saw of him this morning to be his face nuzzled in my hair. When I caught a look at my hair in the mirror, I grimaced and smiled all at the same time. I grimaced because it was everywhere. All the curls knotted up. But I smiled because it was Edward's hands and face that did it. I packed up hastily, worrying that Alice might catch me coming in the door if I didn't make it home before she woke up. I set Edward's oatmeal cookies on the bedside table and left through the balcony, doing another sweep of the yard to be positive the coast was clear. Alice was still asleep when I got home at 7. I walked to her room to see if Jasper stayed again, but found her door wide opened like it always was. I showered and changed, kind of glum about having to wash out all the curls, but remembered she made me promise her she could do it again. I'd take her up on that. It was such a small difference, but felt like it made such a big impact. I spent the rest of the morning waiting for Alice to wake up, wondering what I would do next. I made her breakfast as a thank you for the hair. At 8, she bounced into the kitchen, doing a little happy spin that made me chuckle at her. Her face was alight with excitement. "Good morning," she chirped, sliding into a stool and swinging her legs back and forth with vigor. I loved excited Alice. Much better than hungover Alice. I fixed her the plate of breakfast that had been waiting for her and sat down to eat with her. She told me her and Jasper had plans next weekend, which didn't surprise me in the least. We were sitting and chatting and giggling like two normal teenage girls. And I was rather shocked when Esme stepped in the door. She wasn't supposed to be home until later that evening. She walked into the kitchen in her pantsuit, glancing at our all our giggling, and smiled at us. Her smile looked strangely bittersweet. "Hey girls, any room for an old woman in here?" she asked sweetly, slipping into a stool next to Alice. I nodded enthusiastically, and made Esme a big plate of the food we were eating. "Fancy seeing you here, Mom," Alice squeaked, still swinging her legs and arching a delicate black eyebrow at her mother. Esme smiled at her and began picking at her food, not answering the unspoken question as to why she had arrived home so early. I warily took my seat and resumed eating, though all the giggling over Jasper had come to a screeching halt. We ate in a tense silence, Alice and I stealing curious glances at one another while Esme ate her breakfast. Finally, Esme set her fork down and daintily wiped her mouth with a napkin, finally meeting my gaze. "Bella," she started with a cautious look on her face. I immediately stiffened, wondering what was going on, and praying I hadn't gotten caught sneaking out of Edward's this morning. "I got a call last night," she said softly, smiling at me reassuringly. But I wasn't reassured at all. Something was wrong. "Your guardian in Phoenix, Mrs. Lancaster?" she questioned, and I nodded, remembering the old gray-haired woman who had legal custody of me during my stay in Phoenix. Esme cleared her throat softly and tried smiling again, though it looked like a grimace, then shifted her gaze to her food. "Philip's trial is in a week," she whispered into the plate. I clenched my teeth with an audible snap at the sound of his name, and balled my fists up. She glanced up at me warily and immediately looked back down at her plate. They want you to leave for Phoenix tomorrow to prepare to testify," she said softly, picking at her vegan bacon. I stared blankly at her, blinking, but not really knowing else to do. Because I knew I was going to have to face him again, and I really didn't want it. How long? I choked through clenched teeth, balling my fists more when I realized that I was going to have to break my promise to Edward and leave him. Esme never looked up from her plate. 12 days, she said softly, stuffing some fruit in between her red lips. I didn't know what Alice was doing or how she was reacting, because I couldn't focus on anything. I looked down at my plate and nodded with a grimace. My appetite was gone quite thoroughly. I slid out of the stool without another word, and went to my room to pack. I pulled out my suitcase and began stuffing clothes in, not really seeing what I was putting in it, and not really caring. It wasn't like I hadn't expected this time to come. I had agreed to testify over a year ago, and now it was time to do it. I zipped up the suitcase in one sweeping motion, feeling numb. I sat carefully on the edge of my bed, staring at the closet door, and allowing a shudder to go up my spine at the sight of it. The truth is I never spent time in my room. Just enough to take a shower and get dressed every morning. Edward's room was more mine than this one was. With the blue walls and oversized king-size bed that I had only used once the entire time I lived here. Then I realized I was going to have to go 12 days without sleep. And so would Edward. I lied back softly onto the big blue bed that I never used and cried, rolling onto my side and bringing my knees to my chin. I sat there for a while before I felt the bed next to me sink down on either side. Then I felt 4 arms surrounding me. Esme and Alice. They sat there with me while I cried, and I heard sniffling suggesting that Esme was crying too. Alice gently lifted my head onto her lap and let all my tears soak her designer jeans, while Esme rubbed my back, crying softly with me. We sat there most of the day, just crying and dreading what I was going to have to do. I didn't think it was possible to hate Phil any more than I already did, but laying there on that bed, and crying with the remnants of my family before I was forced to leave them, I did hate him more. It was 5 in the evening before the tears subsided. I lied sniffling into Alice's wet jeans while she ran her fingers through my hair, telling me how pretty it was. I let out a choked chuckle, remembering my last sight of Edward this morning. Esme gently relayed to me my flight plans and arrangements while I was in Phoenix. It would be a hotel. And I was thankful I wouldn't have to go back to the group home. Mrs. Lancaster, the old gray lady social worker, would be staying with me. At 6, I finally dragged myself off of Alice, sending her a sad smile. It was the best thanks I could give. I cooked. I cooked a lot. I made things that Esme and Alice could freeze and reheat easily. I made batch after batch of cookies, bagging them all up for the separate days I'd be gone in 5 different bags. It was the only calming thing I could do. My only solace aside from the one next door that would be waiting for me at 10, not expecting the news I was going to have to give him. At 9, I hugged and kissed Alice and Esme goodnight, sending them both thank yous for the bedroom episode, which they both shrugged off. Esme wouldn't come with me, and I understood. She had to stay with Alice, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Mother and daughter shouldn't be separated. I stuffed my old book bag with the 12 bags of cookies for Edward, and the dinner I had made for the night. I didn't look in the mirror tonight when 10 came. I pulled my hood over my head and walked out the door glumly. My hair was the last thing on my mind. I climbed the lattice, feeling better with each step that brought me closer to Edward's balcony, and climbed over, landing soundlessly, and knocking on the glass door timidly. Edward answered without looking at my face and let me in. Once he glanced up and saw the back of my hooded head, I felt him slowly pull it down, letting my very unshiny hair free. I walked over to his bed without speaking or looking at him, and unloaded his meal from my packed bag. I heard him flop down onto the bed and begin opening the containers as I shuffled my way to the couch. Once I turned around and met Edward's gaze, his eyes widened. "What's wrong?" he asked, his forehead creasing in worry while he sat in the middle of his bed holding the container of food. I grimaced and flopped down onto the couch. I sighed and darted my eyes down to my lap. "Edward, I have to leave tomorrow," I whispered, never looking up. I played with my fingers while the room grew silent and still. It was thick and heavy, and I wished it never had to happen in the first place. "You fucking promised me," Edward growled accusingly from the bed. I grimaced and peeked up from my lap to meet his hurt, narrowed eyes. It broke my heart to see him hurt, and to think that I was the one causing it. My eyes welled with tears by instinct. I didn't even think I had any left to cry. I have to testify in the trial. It's 12 days. I croaked through the tears that were fighting their way through my eyelids. Edward's face softened a little, and he put his fork down. "You'll be back?" he asked, eyeing me skeptically. I nodded at him slowly, never taking my eyes off of him. His face relaxed and turned more into a frown than anything else. He stared down into his container of food, with a little lock of hair falling over his eyes. He covered it up without a word, and set it down beside the bed. "I'm ready for bed now," he whispered, staring at his lap. I nodded and got up off the sofa, grabbing my bag and shuffling into the bathroom, just as ready as he was to be in that bed. I barely brushed my teeth. I rushed, just itching to get in the bed with Edward. When I walked back out, Edward was already in his pajamas and sliding the covers of the bed down. He glanced at me with a sad expression that just made my mood worse. I shuffled to the bed and crawled into it and under the covers while he did the same. Once we were both lying on our backs, he lifted an arm to the lamp on the table and turned it off. Just like always, just like instinct, we turned toward each other and wrapped the other in our arms. Edward pressed me to him tightly, burying his face into my hair and mine into his hard chest. I breathed in deeply, feeling him doing the same. I pulled my arm up, around his shoulder slowly, and began caressing his soft, messy hair, making him sigh into the top of my head. I got a little shiver, so he held me tighter to him, so hard it felt difficult to breathe, but I didn't care. In fact, I moved impossibly closer, tangling my legs in his and nuzzling into his warmth. He sighed again, and I began humming softly. "Not yet," he whispered into my hair. I immediately ceased my humming, but kept stroking his hair and breathing him in. I nodded, understanding the need to appreciate the moment for a little longer. I could feel his big hand begin rubbing up and down my back slowly, pressing me against his chest, while my fingers tangled into his hair, and he nuzzled even further into mine. After minutes, I felt him press a soft kiss to the top of my head, while still rubbing my back. I don't know what it was, but something about the soft kiss just broke me. I was tired of taking what I could get. I tilted my head up slowly to meet his eyes. When he felt my head move, he leaned his head back a bit to meet mine. All I needed was one glaze at those sad green eyes, and my mind was made up. I used the hand that was stroking his hair and slid it down to the nape of his neck. He gazed quizzically into my eyes, but I didn't have time for quizzes and questions, or I would lose the nerve. So I quickly pulled my face up and put my lips on his. He stiffened and halted his movements on my back. Completely. "Stop," he whispered against my lips. But I kept going. I grabbed his pouty bottom lip and kissed it softly between mine, waiting for him to respond. But he didn't. He was still stiff. So I did what he did to me when I was frozen. I slid my hand around from his neck and cupped his face, gently rubbing his cheek with my thumb and taking his bottom lip again. But it didn't work. I pulled back minutely and took his top lip between mine, softly kissing it and forcing my bottom lip in between his, hoping he would respond soon. With one big gust of air, Edward finally responded. He brought his hand up my back and to the back of my head, crushing my lips into his. I began breathing heavily, sucking on his lips while he sucked on mine. I brought my hand to his hair and fisted the back of it, pulling his face closer to mine. I opened my mouth and dragged my tongue across his bottom lip. He didn't hesitate like last time. He darted his tongue out and met mine, making me moan softly. He just pressed me closer to him, shoving his tongue into my mouth while I massaged it with mine. I sighed into his mouth, wrestling with his tongue and pressing my body closer. He groaned loudly into my mouth again, making my whole body heat up. But this time he didn't pull away. Instead, he pushed me over onto my back and rolled on top of me, never breaking the kiss, holding himself up with one palm while the other pulled my face closer. I fisted my other hand into his hair and tilted my head so I could go deeper into his mouth. He groaned again and pressed down onto my body with more weight. I could feel every inch of his body pressed tightly against mine. And the feeling of what I was doing to him made me moan into his mouth again. He pulled away from my lips and started kissing and licking his way down my jaw to my throat. We were both gasping and our chests were pressed together so tightly that we were panting the same rhythm. I tilted my head to give him better access, moaning at the sensation of his tongue on my neck. When I moaned, he shifted roughly into my hips. And I could feel all of him. But I was too far gone to care about being indecent. I brought my feet up and wrapped them around his waist, whimpering softly, and needing to feel him do it again. He let out a throaty growl against my skin and shifted between my hips again, earning another moan from me while I pulled and tugged at his hair, pushing him further into my neck where he was kissing and licking. It felt like every cell in my body was on fire. He lifted his lips from my neck and dragged them up towards my ear. I could hear his every raspy breath. "We need to fucking stop," he whispered in my ear huskily. But I shook my head, panting, and shifted my hips against his again, arching my back off the bed, closer to his chest. "Fuck," he groaned loudly into my ear and dropped his head into the crook of my neck, gasping for air and shaking his head, causing his nose to tickle my neck. And I was thinking that even though my virtue was supposed to mean something, I couldn't quite remember why. But this time he pulled away. He rolled over beside me onto his back, his chest heaving up and down, and his eyes still closed. I lied on my back, licking my swollen lips and catching my breath and wanting to touch Edward in very inappropriate places. We laid there for minutes, until our breathing calmed down. I chanced to peek over at Edward, and he still had his eyes closed. "Edward?" I breathed, really hoping I didn't just ruin everything. He opened his eyes and slowly turned his head to meet my gaze. He didn't look angry or upset. His eyes were dark, and he had a look of what I assumed, and hoped, to be lust in his eyes. He let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. "That was really fucking stupid," he muttered. I frowned at him, not really understanding what was stupid about it. He rolled his eyes at me in a very Edward fashion, and rolled over onto his side. "I'm ready now," he sighed, then scooped me up and resumed our earlier position. As I pressed myself closer to Edward, I could see he was still quite excited. But it didn't bother me any. I pushed myself closer and he hissed, so I stilled and began stroking his hair. I wanted to tell him I was sorry for making him feel like that. But really, I wasn't sorry at all. He buried his head into my hair once again and started breathing deeply, so I began humming to him quietly. Once he was asleep, I nuzzled into his chest and closed my eyes, enjoying my last night of sleep for 12 days. And praying there would be more when I got back. The stupid alarm clock was back. The weekend must have spoiled me quite a bit. I squeezed Edward's chest as hard as I could, willing him not to turn away after what happened last night. Willing him to show some sort of sign that he was okay with it. Willing him not to pull away. He did. He groaned and rolled over, pawing at the alarm clock sleepily with his eyes still closed. I frowned and slowly slid out of bed, shuffling drowsily to the sofa to get my bag. I plucked it off the floor and draped my feet to the bathroom with my head down. I closed the door with a timid click and slid against it until I was sitting. I was so stupid. Just grabbing Edward and kissing him like it was no big deal. I let my emotions get the better of me, and now not only was I in serious danger of rejection, but there was so much more on the line when he finally did it. I sat there for a while, stewing in self-hatred before finally picking myself up off the floor and looking in the mirror. My cheeks were flushed, of course. And that stupid toothbrush was sitting in the holder next to his. I didn't even use it. I just changed my clothes and heaved a heavy sigh and put my hood up. When I walked out into the room, Edward was running his fingers through his hair with his eyes closed. Just like always. Not talking or saying anything at all. It hurt. I immediately felt stupid again. I walked over to the bedside table and began piling it with bags of cookies, fighting back the tears that were threatening to spill over. The last bag I placed on top of the stack. Bye-bye Brandy Snaps mocked me with its stupid black Sharpie ink. I closed my eyes for a moment, standing there beside the bed that I screwed everything up in, and just tried to be numb. Prayed for numb. Once I opened my eyes, I spared one glance towards Edward in the bed. He was lying in bed entirely still with his bronze messy hair all over the place from all my pulling and stroking, staring at me blankly. No emotion, no anger, no lust, no love, no concern. Just blank. I closed my eyes slowly and turned around, hating that was the last memory I was going to have of him for the next 12 days. An already hard and painful 12 days. I made my way to the door, shuffling with my hood up and my head down. Wait. Edward ordered softly from the bed. I stiffened, dreading what his next words would be, and slowly turned around to meet his gaze. He was still blank. I stood, waiting for the inevitable words. But he didn't say anything. He just reached down one arm under the bed, and pulled out his black leather-bound sketchbook, and held it out to me. I stood there for a moment, not understanding what his sketchbook had to do with anything before I made my way to the bed, and took the book out of his hand. Don't fucking look at it until you're gone. He snapped harshly with narrowed eyes. I flinched away from his hard voice and turned hastily towards the door, running out to the balcony and slamming the door shut. I climbed down through blurry vision, and ran through the dark yards to my house, passing the gazebo with a sob. Esme drove me to Seattle, Tacoma at 10 in the morning. I stared out the windows at all the green that I had come to love, dreading having to leave. And dreading having to come back. All at the same time. Esme didn't say anything to me the entire drive. Just occasionally patted my hand lovingly. I wanted to smile at her and tell her I was going to be okay. But that was bullshit. I left her in the airport with a hug and a kiss, and I didn't tell her I would be okay, but she understood. Or at least she thought she did. I walked through the crowd of people grimacing with my hood up and my head down. When my flight to Phoenix was finally announced, I entered the airplane glancing around me, cringing at all the people packed so closely together, and grateful that Esme bought 2 seats right next to each other just so I could sit alone. I hurried to my seat and took the window, putting my bag in the seat next to mine to emphasize the fact that I wanted to be alone. It took the plane forever to take off. It was like a metaphor for my entire life. When it finally did, it was afternoon already, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Clouds as far as the eye could see. Once we were in the air, I slid my hand into my duffel bag and pulled out Edward's black sketchbook. I fingered the cover reverently, holding back tears at all the stupid things I had done. I opened it cautiously to the first page. There was an amazingly good sketch of a young woman. Maybe in her late 20s. She had Edward's perfectly straight nose and a big smile on her lips. I glanced down at the corner to read the details of the sketch in neat script. Edward Cullen. July. Elizabeth Mason. I raked my eyes over the perfect sketch carefully, realizing this must be his mother, and surprised to learn his real last name for the first time. I turned the page, and it was her again, in a different pose, happier and smiling with another man, who I assumed was his father, Edward Mason, Sr. He had the same messy hair as Edward did. It made me smile seeing it. I fingered the page carefully, noting all the tiny details. Edward was truly talented. I kept flipping, and there were dozens and dozens of sketches of his parents, all meticulously drawn during long nights of boredom, while he was trying to stay awake. It made me frown and smile all at once. But then while I was flipping through the pages, one caught my eye that wasn't either of them. It was a girl. In a black hoodie. It was me. Sitting in his room on the black leather sofa reading a book. I ran my hand along all the black shading awestruck. I flipped the page and it was me again, laying my head down on the picnic table at the gazebo, smiling. The next page was me, throwing my head back in laughter. There were pages among pages of just me. I furrowed my brow and looked down at the corner of all the pages. They all said the same thing. Edward Cullen. November. My girl.
I woke up, all tangled in shiny fucking curls. They smelled so fucking good. Then I stiffened, remembering how the curls taunted me, and rolled over with a groan. I felt Bella roll out of bed, and I forced myself to keep my eyes closed and not look at them anymore. I heard her shuffling out of the bathroom 10 minutes later and hastily packing up her things. Once I was sure she was out the door, I let my eyes finally open. I pathetically sniffed her pillow one more time before I rolled my eyes at myself and rolled out of bed. My day was fucking boring. There wasn't anything to do but sketch. And I spent my entire day sketching those shiny fucking curls. 3 pages of them, in fact. I felt so fucking stupid, and I was wondering if I was going to end up as one of those hair fetish freaks or some shit. By 10 I had put my foot down on the shiny fucking curl situation. I refused to let them control me, so when she came back at 10 that night, I opened the door without looking at her, fearing the shiny fucking curls. But as she walked past me I saw her hood was up again. And for some reason, I was pathetically disappointed. I slowly reached up and pulled her hood down like I always did. No pretty shiny curls. She began unloading my meal on my bed with her back towards me, never speaking. I tried not to read too much into it, and flopped down on the bed while she shuffled to the couch. I began opening the containers, smelling them reverently. But when I looked up, Bella turned at the same time. And the look in her eyes scared the shit out of me. Pain. What's wrong? I asked, trying not to panic. She grimaced and flopped down onto the leather sofa. She let out a heavy sigh and shifted her gaze towards her lap. I furrowed my brow. Edward, I have to leave tomorrow. She whispered, so quietly I could barely hear. But I knew what she said. It had been my biggest fear for weeks. She was fucking leaving. Just like everyone else I ever fucking cared about. And after she fucking promised. You fucking promised me. I growled, hurt and angry that the whole fucking routine was going away. I would never fucking sleep again. And my girl was gone. She grimaced and met my gaze, and I was staring fucking daggers at her. I have to testify in the trial. It's 12 days. She croaked, sounding on the verge of tears. My face softened with that sound. I fucking hated seeing my girl cry, even if she was leaving me. Then her words sunk in. You'll be back? I asked, eyeing her, skeptically and setting my fork down. She slowly nodded, holding my gaze for a few moments. I knew her better than to think she wanted to do this. Go and face that fucking monster. I frowned into my container of food, realizing that my girl would be gone for 12 fucking days. I'd be alone. And fucking tired. I covered the container up, not wanting to waste the little bit of time we had left with something stupid like fucking eating, and set it beside the bed, staring at my lap and feeling fucking tired. I'm ready to go to bed now. I whispered, just needing to feel her next to me. I heard her get up and begin shuffling to the bathroom. I began throwing on my pajamas while my girl was in the bathroom putting on hers. I couldn't wait to get into that bed. She was fucking leaving. The routine would be gone for 12 days. And so would my girl. When I heard the door open, I glanced over at her. She looked so fucking sad that it made me sad. I pulled down the covers and slid under them, while she did the same. I didn't waste time. I reached up and turned the light out and scooped my girl up. I buried my face into her soft hair, pressing her little body tight against my chest. I breathed it in. All fucking brown and flowers and cookies. It wasn't as shiny tonight, but it didn't fucking matter to me. I felt her little fingers working through my hair, and I sighed into hers. She shivered, and I didn't want my girl to be cold, so I held her tighter. Probably too fucking tight. But I wanted to keep her next to me. Make her fucking stay. Keep her monsters away for just one more night. As if knowing exactly what I was offering, she nuzzled her head into my chest, tickling my nose with all her hair. But then she started humming, and I didn't want it to end yet. I wanted to stay next to her conscious for just a few more fucking minutes. Not yet. I whispered against her head. She immediately stopped humming and nodded into my chest. Her little fingers felt so fucking good in my hair. I wanted her to feel something like that. Anything like that. So I began rubbing her back. Firmly but slowly up and down from her neck to her waist, tangling her hair beneath my fingers with each hard caress. She tangled her fingers further into my hair, and it made my eyes roll back into my head a little. I nuzzled further into hers. It was everywhere, all over my face. My nose pressing into her head, just trying to drink in as much as I possibly fucking could before it all went away. I kept rubbing her back. She seemed to like it. Without even thinking about it, I tilted my head slightly and pressed a soft kiss to her scalp. I don't know why. I just wanted to show her more affection. I didn't even fucking think about it. It just felt natural. I felt her little head tilting up, so I moved mine back slightly. I was afraid I crossed a line with the soft head kiss. I didn't mean for it to be romantic or anything. I just needed to show her how I was feeling in that moment. Once I could see her face, I darted a gaze into her big brown orbs. She had the strangest look on her face. It reminded me of Jazz when he finally worked up the balls to talk to Brandon. Determined. Then her little hand was sliding down my head and onto my neck. I furrowed my brows at her, wondering what the fuck was going on. Then she pulled her face up and put her lips on mine. I fucking froze. Everything froze. Her little soft warm lips were pressing against mine. And I was panicking because one more kiss was sure to make that fucking switch turn on. And neither of us wanted that. Stop. I whispered against her lips. She would fucking stop, and I would be fine. I'd never bring it up again, and things could stay normal. Her eyes were closed, but mine remained open in shock. Why the fuck is she doing this? She kept fucking going. Grabbing my bottom lip in between hers, just like I fucking taught her to do. But I couldn't fucking move. Because I was focusing on anything else, but her lips on mine and her soft body flush against me. Then she moved her little warm hand around from my neck and cupped my face, rubbing her thumb over my cheek. And I briefly wanted to praise her for paying such good attention on the last kiss I gave her. But then she grabbed my lip in between hers again, sucking softly and lightly. And I was fucking grasping for control, trying not to move because if I did, everything would be ruined. But then she moved to my top lip and forced her bottom in between mine. And having her soft, pouty bottom lip just right fucking there broke me. Every nerve in my body was waking up and coming to life. And suddenly, I was a hormonal teenage motherfucker. I brought my hand up from her back and pulled her to me roughly, crushing her lips against mine. All the air left my lungs as I began sucking on her bottom lip. That same fucking lip. And she was doing the same, and she was doing it so fucking good, fisting her little hand into my hair and pressing me against her mouth harder. When I felt her tongue come out, I didn't freeze up like last time. I was too fucking far gone. I darted my tongue out and licked hers. And she fucking moaned. And the sound of her soft little moan made me harder than Jessica fucking Stanley and Lauren Mallory combined. I pulled her to me tighter, satisfied that she was enjoying this almost as much as I was, and forced my tongue into her warm mouth. And she tasted so fucking good with her tongue pressing against mine while she sighed into my mouth. She just kept pressing herself against me and pulling my face closer, panting into my mouth. And for the first time ever, I finally allowed myself to really feel all of Bella against me. And my girl felt so fucking sexy pressed against me that I groaned into her mouth. It was the groan that always told me it was going too fucking far. But I couldn't pull away. I had to feel her beneath me. I had to feel her little soft body pressed against mine completely. So I rolled us over. Like the hormonal teenage motherfucker I was. I held my upper body up with one palm on the bed, but used the other to pull her face closer. And I was idly wondering if this was too much for Bella too fast. But then she fisted her other little hand into my hair, and tilted her head just so she could plunge her fucking tongue deeper into my mouth. I groaned again and just let my palm go, pressing into her, completely, just like I wanted to. When she felt me pressed against her, she moaned softly into my mouth again. But I couldn't fucking breathe. And I could feel her panting beneath me, gasping for air, so I pulled away from her lips. But I couldn't stop. I began kissing my way down her jaw, licking every now and again to taste her warm skin. When I made it to her neck, I began sucking and licking and just fucking enjoying the shit out of turning switch on. But then she had to moan again. And by reflex at hearing it, I shoved my hard-on right into her hips. I couldn't fucking help it. It was almost like she knew exactly how to drive me fucking crazy. Because when she felt me do that, she lifted her little legs up and wrapped them around my waist. And I could feel all of Bella through our flimsy flannel pajama pants, and my hard-on was right in between her hips. And she had heat just fucking radiating from between her legs. She whimpered softly, her little fists pushing my face into her neck. She fucking liked it. And so did I. So why not? I growled into her neck and shoved into her again, rougher. Just fucking, needing to feel the friction and all of Bella's heat. And she moaned again. I panted into her neck and clenched my eyes closed, realizing that if I didn't do something soon, we'd be going too fucking far. So I lifted my lips up slightly and dragged my bottom lip up her neck to her ear. My breath was raspy and husky, and all I could feel was my hard-on shoved in between us. We need to fucking stop. I whispered into her ear. And we really fucking did. Because there's only so much provocation a hormonal teenage motherfucker can take. But Bella had different ideas. She shook her fucking head, arching up to press her chest against mine and rubbed her hips roughly against my dick again. Fuck. I groaned into her ear. I dropped my head down to her neck and shook it. She wasn't going to help me end this shit. I was all on my own. She was a hormonal teenage motherfucker too. Tit for fucking tat. I rolled off her with my eyes closed, trying to tone down all the hormones for a minute, which wasn't fucking working at all. I was going through mathematical equations in my head, just trying to get my mind off Bella panting beside me, trying to calm myself down. 10 minutes later my dick was still rock fucking hard, and all I could think about was Bella's tongue in my mouth and her hips, rubbing against me. Edward? Bella's soft voice called from beside me. I even groaned in my fucking head hearing it. I was so fucked. I opened my eyes slowly and turned my head towards her. All I could see were those fucking red swollen lips and her licking them. The switch was still on. And now I was still hard, and there was no fucking way I was going to walk into that bathroom to whack off with Bella feet away from me. I let out a heavy sigh and shook my head. That was really fucking stupid. I muttered, knowing that I was going to have to sleep beside her all night with a throbbing erection pressed against her. That was bound to be a little awkward. She frowned at me for my suggestion, and I just had to roll my fucking eyes. Let her see for herself. I'm ready now. I sighed, just wanting to go to sleep and have the switch back off. I scooped her up, trying to keep my hard-on as far away from her as possible, but she just kept scooting closer. I hissed when she moved against it, and she finally stilled. I buried my head into her hair and breathed deep, hoping her smell would calm the hormones. Once her humming started, I was drifting off to sleep. Warm and soft and completely fucking hard. I woke up to the alarm clock again. And Bella was squeezing me with everything she had in her. And even though I really wanted to squeeze her back and just have her stay in my bed forever, and never fucking leave, I knew she had to. So I pulled away. I more felt than saw her roll out of bed. I kept my eyes shut, praying that the next time I saw her, the switch would be off again. I heard her close the door with a timid click, and it made my heart clench. I fucking hated timid clicks. I'd take a fucking slam over a timid click any day. Then I heard her back sliding softly down the bathroom door. I was pretty fucking positive that's what it was. It was just like my girl to do some shit like that. Minutes later, I heard the door to the bathroom open, but I didn't open my eyes. I listened to her shuffling around the room, packing up her shit. Then I heard her walk over to my bedside table. I finally let my eyes open, and I turned my head towards her. She was unpacking bags of cookies for me. But I couldn't fucking focus on that. Because I saw her face, and I just fucking knew. The switch wasn't on or off. It didn't even exist anymore. I still wanted to lick her neck and kiss her fucking senseless. And it scared me shitless. She turned then and met my gaze. And she was wearing that goddamn hood. I hated it. I hated the hiding. I couldn't let her think I was just some horny asshole like Newton. I had to show her how much more she really was to me. She closed her eyes slowly, and turned away from me, shuffling to the door with her hood up. And I fucking panicked. I couldn't let her think of me that way. She'd never fucking come back. I realized the only thing I could possibly do. And I fucking hated to do it. Wait. I called softly. She turned around slowly and met my gaze. Still fucking hiding. I reached my arm below my bed and produced my sketchbook. I had been drawing Bella ever since the first day I met her. She would open it and see every part of my fucking soul. And I hoped and prayed that when she saw herself through my eyes in the sketchbook, she would just fucking get it. She slowly shuffled her way to my outstretched hand and took the sketchbook from it. And I was really pissed off, because I had never shown anyone my sketches before, and she was still fucking hiding under that goddamn hood. It wasn't fucking fair. Don't fucking look at it until you're gone, I snapped harshly, hating the hiding. She flinched away from me and turned, sprinting out the door. And I was the asshole. Because I let her leave without saying anything I really wanted to. I wanted to tell her to stay. I wanted to tell her that I would miss her like fucking crazy. I wanted to tell her how fucking beautiful I thought she was. And most of all, I wanted to tell her that I would be here for her when she got back, and that I hoped she would keep her chin up, and be all grown up again, and face down that dirty fucking monster like the brave girl she was. But nothing coming out of my mouth would have sounded right. So I gave her the book, and watched her run out. Finally seeing the look in her eyes for what it really was. Rejection.
Chapter 18. Rocky Road Reprieve. Phoenix hadn't changed one bit. It was still dead and dry, just like I'd remembered. It was so fitting. I wondered, as Mrs. Lancaster drove me from the airport to the hotel I'd be staying at, how I ever loved this place so much. Everything seemed so shriveled and cracked. Every road and landmark ghosts of a distant and painful past. I clutched Edward's sketchbook to my chest the whole flight, and the whole drive to the hotel, keeping my hood up and my head down. I missed the smaller population of Forks. The city was bustling and teeming with greedy, dirty people that I just wanted to run away from. My hotel room was bright and cheery, decorated in dry pastels that made me feel thirsty. Everything was wrapped in sanitary single servings that seemed rather metaphoric. The room had a closet that I didn't even open. I packed my suitcase away under my bed after Mrs. Lancaster left. I spent that first night in the bathroom, away from the dark closet, lying in the bathtub in the pajamas I had packed away at the last second and browsing through Edward's sketchbook with his scent surrounding me. I would run my fingers over the fine indentations from the pencil, and it almost felt like he was somehow closer than he actually was. He always drew me smiling. There were little grins, tiny half smiles, and smirks. Then there were big grins. I noticed the date of our first kiss on one of me with a big goofy grin on my face. I smiled automatically thinking of it. I looked stupid, but he always drew me beautifully. It was confusing. And I didn't really understand where I fit in amongst the pages of all the people he had loved and lost. He called me my girl in every page that held my face. But I couldn't understand why, or in what context. I was so afraid to hope. I didn't know what love was, or if I was even capable of feeling something so good and pure. But I did know that whatever it was I felt for Edward was as close I'd probably ever get to it. And I had no idea how he felt about me, or if he was even capable of it either. The second day was long, full of briefings filled to the heap with lawyers. I was already tired. I had to give the lawyers their credit. They worked overtime to make me comfortable, never letting the male lawyers and investigators in the same room with me. It must have been quite the task. I was thankful they knew so much regarding my situation. I couldn't handle any more stress than was already put on me. By the third day, the exhaustion was already getting to me. I could see my circles reappearing. Mrs. Lancaster was concerned, but I refused medical treatment. I had to retell the same story over and over for the lawyers and examiners. I worked to remain numb, relaying the story with as little emotion as possible. I could tell they wanted more. More emotion, more feeling, more tears. But I was saving it. I was saving it for the day where I could stand up and tell the whole story to the real people that mattered. Any sooner, and I would be useless. I sat in the cold white porcelain bathtub every night, eating my daily bag of cookies, and hoping Edward was eating his too. I'd still wear the pajamas, and I would always look through the sketchbook, memorizing his mother and father, picking out small details and features that they had given to Edward. His mother's nose, his father's hair, his mother's eyebrows, his father's strong jaw. And I really, really tried to look at his mother and admire her, but I just couldn't. She ruined Edward, threw him out and abandoned him like a used rag. It infuriated me. I probably had no right. I knew that Edward told carefully crafted half-truths when it came to her. I knew there was more. I just couldn't seem to find any reason acceptable. So I knew one didn't exist. I spent day after day in a cushy leather office, drinking steaming coffee and being scrutinized by every highly paid professional the state could find. It was awful. All I wanted was to get it over with and go home. Go giggle with Alice, go see Edward. Go sleep. Go smile again. On the fourth day, I slept. I curled myself in the covers of the fluffy white bed, hating every second of it, and I went to sleep. And the dreams came stronger and more vivid than ever. As if knowing the man responsible was so much closer, only miles away somewhere. There were more and more days, bleeding together in a blur of black coffee, and brown leather chairs and people taking notes. I kept my hood up, even in the building. I got stares and glances from people, silently insinuating my mental stability left much to be desired. And they were probably correct. And as Edward would say, I really didn't give a shit. I thought about looking up the Cullen number many times to call Edward, but I knew it would just make it worse. The need to be with him. So I didn't even bother. I just spent night after night in the cold bathtub, fingering the sketchbook, and eating my cookies in the pajamas. And then, somewhere in the blurs of days of minimal sleep and mediocre bitter coffee, it was finally time to get it over with. Mrs. Lancaster arrived early, handing me a garment bag with a nice dress in it that I was dreading having to wear. I unzipped the modest blue dress and gave Mrs. Lancaster a look that said, "Why can't dresses have hoods?" She was an old, loving woman. Gray and worn. Dry and wrinkled. Very Phoenix. She brushed my hair for me because it reminded her of her daughter. I let her. Because it reminded me of my mother. I slid into the stiff blue dress with a grimace, and we made our way to the courthouse through the city, tinted orange with dawn. I was led to yet another leather office to await my turn. I wish I could say I was nervous, or somehow scared. but I was too tired to be. So I leaned my head against the stiff leather chair, and just thought of Edward, and what he was doing. I figured it was almost time for third period, and he'd surely be crossing the quad soon. When they finally opened the door and requested my presence, that was when I began getting nervous. I shuffled nervously into the courtroom with my head down, because it was the only way I knew how to do it. As I took the stand, I looked anywhere but at Phil. If you asked me, I couldn't even tell you what he looked like, or if he was even there at all, because I never actually looked right at him. I relayed my story in a quiet whisper, utilizing my tiny microphone gratefully. I cried. I sobbed. I gave them exactly what they had been waiting for 11 days. And by the time I was done, my face was soaked, and I was numb again. I don't really remember even walking out, or Mrs. Lancaster guiding me to the car that was waiting. I remember reassuring her I didn't want to stay long enough for a verdict. We all knew what it would be. Phil was an incompetent criminal. The case against him was solid. So I tore off the ugly blue dress and finally slid back into the comfort of my hoodie once we entered the hotel. My suitcase was already packed on the wild fluffy bed, and I was ready to go home. Home to Forks.
I thought for sure the first day would be the worst without her. When I sat at lunch and ate her goodbye cookies all by myself while Jazz pawed Brandon in the janitor closet. When she wasn't sitting next to me in bio, or passing me in the quad. I thought when I got home and went to my room and stared at that empty fucking sofa, I couldn't feel any more like shit than I already did. But then I brushed my teeth, and while I was doing it, I saw her little blue toothbrush sitting there in that toothbrush holder all alone. I wore the goddamn pajamas that night. There was no fucking reason to, because there was no way I was sleeping without my girl. But they smelled like her. And the bed did too. So I put on my pajamas and got under the covers, smelling the cookies and flowers, and feeling like shit, and just laid there awake all fucking night. Jazz knew by the second day. Alice had told him that Bella left. I was already fucking tired. And he could see it. He didn't talk to me, just gave me a sympathetic look that I nearly snorted at. Because he had no fucking idea that I was missing a hell of a lot more than just fucking sleep. By the third day my black circles were back, and so was the zombie. When Jazz got in the car that morning, I fished for information on Bella from him while I drove slowly. Just fucking hoping that Brandon would tell him something about how Bella was. But he had nothing to offer me. By the fourth day, I was swaying again. Refusing to sleep without her, but knowing it would come. That night, I tried sleeping with my pajamas on in hopes that all her fucking flowers and cookies would keep the dreams away, or maybe make me dream of her instead. But it didn't fucking work. I still had the dream, and I still woke up crying and shaking like a fucking baby 2 hours later. I began smoking again that night. I had quit ever since we began sleeping again. But now I fucking needed it. I stepped out onto my balcony and stared at the lattice, wishing she was climbing up it in her black hoodie. I was fucking pathetic. On the fifth day, I raided Daddy C's stash of amphetamines again. He had graciously restocked since I had been sleeping. And I used them rather liberally. I bought a new sketchbook, and I sketched my girl all night long, glancing over at the sofa ever so often just to stir her memory. I still wore the goddamn pajamas every single night. And by the seventh day, her smell had completely faded from the dark flannel and white cotton. I tried downloading the song Clary de Lune. I put my iPod earbuds in and lied down in my pajamas in the bed and played it. But it was all fucking wrong. It didn't work. The dreams came. Except now they had a creepy song in the background. I gave up on that the first time. I was so fucking tired. I'd walk around the school and house in a numb daze, just trying with everything in me not to go to sleep. Plenty of things came back the 8th day. The tunnel vision, the slight shreds of memory loss, the complete fucking inability to concentrate on anything. I had become the irritable asshole again. I didn't blame Jazz when he decided to leave during lunches with Brandon. In fact, I preferred it. I think he probably knew that shit. Every day I ate a new bag of cookies. It was the only thing I had left of the routine. Sometimes I'd get impatient and almost eat an extra bag. But I never fucking did. One a day was all I allowed myself. All the food I made tasted shitty, and I was hungry. But I was too fucking tired to really notice or give a shit. On the 9th night, I climbed down to the gazebo in nothing but my pajamas, hoping the cold December wind would just keep me the fuck awake. All the quiet and silence just made me feel even more tired. It was empty. I was just counting the days one by one. And they bled into each other slowly. There was no night, and there was no day. It was just one big lump of shit running together. On the 10th day, Carlisle dragged my zombie ass out Christmas shopping. He fucking knew something was up, and he tried all afternoon to force it out of me. But there wasn't shit I could possibly tell him. He walked around the mall in Port Angeles all day, sparing me wary sideways glances that made me want to fucking scream. 10 o'clock was always the worst time of day. I would always wonder where Bella was and how she was coping. And wishing like hell I could be there to hold her when she cried. Because I knew she would. My room was fucking empty without her. Everything had little impressions and whispers of her in their every fiber. I kept telling myself that my fears were irrational. My girl would come back, and she'd still want to see me, and hum me to sleep, and maybe fucking kiss me a little more too. I didn't care how much of her she gave me. I just needed something. But the doubt was always there. Fear that I scared her away, that I hurt her too fucking much, and she'd never let me fix it again. If I even could. It was so completely reminiscent of another beautiful person who used to hum me to sleep every night. By the 11th night, I was tired of trying to stay awake in my room, so I wandered around the mansion when Em and Carlisle fell asleep. I ended up in the dark kitchen. The clock was the only thing I could hear. The constant ticking, each one, bringing my girl closer to me. I sat at the table just listening to it, fighting to keep my eyes open and my head upright, while I ate my last bag of cookies. Rocky Road Reprieve. They were hard and nearly stale. And still fucking delicious. And while I was eating them, I was saying goodbye and letting go. Just in case. Just in fucking case history repeated itself, and she didn't want to be my girl anymore.
Chapter 19. Cocoa Hidden Middles. When Esme pulled up to the Seattle-Tacoma airport, it was already almost dark out. She pulled me into a huge hug, telling me ridiculous things like how proud she was of me, and asking me if I was okay. I was thinking my physical appearance probably hadn't fared very well. She let me go with a big kiss and tears in her eyes. And I really tried to smile at her, but I don't really think I managed it completely. She seemed to understand. Every mile we got closer to Forks, I grew more tired. My eyelids were heavy from not sleeping, and so many tears I didn't have any left. I pulled down the visor mirror to look at my eyes for the first time in days. It was bad. They were swollen underneath, and a dark purple that went all the way around my bloodshot eyes. I looked awful. Esme kept glancing at me sideways and telling me about all the things I had missed while I was away. She was worried. And I wished I could have reassured her in some way that I was okay. But I just couldn't. So I laid my head back on the seat and just watched all the trees blur by while she talked. When we pulled up to the house, I didn't look at it first. I looked at the Cullen mansion. I couldn't see Edward's window from the front, but the entire house was still lit up. It was barely 8. I slowly dragged myself out of the car, trying to slam the door, but only having the strength for a small click. Esme grabbed my suitcase and walked in while I trudged behind her heavily with my hood up and my head down. It was a Friday, and Alice was waiting for me in the kitchen, bouncing up and down with an enthusiasm that almost made me want to smile. Almost. Unfortunately, when she took one glance at my face, her smile died and fell. I hated that I was the one to kill her enthusiasm. She was all dressed up, and I quirked an eyebrow at her provocative dress. She cleared her throat daintily. "I have a date," she chirped, trying to smile at me genuinely, but I could still see the concern in her eyes. I rolled my eyes. "Jasper?" I rasped, flinching at the sound of my rough voice. Her smile fell more before she attempted to perk it back up and nod. I let out a very unauthentic chuckle that just sounded empty. But it was the best I could do. Alice threw herself at me, nearly knocking me over with a hug I didn't think her size capable of. I hugged her back and sent her my best smile, taking my suitcase to my room. But it was dark and I didn't want to go in, so I just shoved it through the doorway and closed the door again. I dragged my feet to the kitchen, deciding I would just really like to cook something again. Esme and Alice sat at the island and watched me cook, telling me about how they heated up all the food I made and how good it was. I got that same feeling as when I first moved here. Like everyone was walking on eggshells around me, trying not to upset me. I hated it. I loved it. I kept stealing glances out the kitchen window at the big white gazebo. For some reason expecting to see him out there. Which was really stupid. I began wondering if he would be okay if I came tonight at 10 like always. If he was anywhere near as tired as I was. "Esme," I rasped, turning around to face her sitting in a stool. She met my gaze, so I continue, clearing my sore throat softly. "I'm going to the library early tomorrow to look for some books. I crafted an alibi just in case everything went perfect. So I might be gone by the time you wake up. And I probably won't be home until afternoon," I croaked. My voice was still scratchy and sounded as awful as I felt. She nodded at me with a sweet smile. I hated lying to Esme, but at the moment, I couldn't really care. Alice left at 9 to go meet up with Jasper, and I began baking cookies after Esme went to bed. Cocoa Hidden Middles. The hidden middle was minty cream. I didn't know if Edward wanted me to come, or if I was even welcome anymore. But I was going to go anyways. I had nothing at all to lose. So at 10, I packed my bag with food, cookies, and the sketchbook, and stumbled out the door. I was so tired I couldn't even walk straight. It was cold out, and a fine mist was lingering. I looked towards Edward's room and noticed his light was still on. With a deep breath, I drew my hood up and began stumbling across the yard to the Cullens. I climbed the lattice carefully with really bad coordination. My limbs all felt like mush. It took 3 times as long to reach the balcony as usual. I dragged my heavy legs over the railing, landing soundlessly, but clumsily. I took a moment to appreciate the skill required to accomplish such a climb in my condition. I could barely stand. I turned toward the glass French doors, all lit up, without any sound coming from inside, and lifted a heavy fist. Knocking once. And only once, because when the first knock hit, the door flew open. Edward was standing in the doorway of the big bright room, wearing his usual plain black t-shirt and dark jeans. His hair was hanging all in his face. And his eyes looked nearly as bad as mine. Dark purple and bloodshot, drooping heavily. He was tired. He was staring at me blankly again, not blinking. I bit my lip lazily, feeling too tired to even put in the effort required to do it all the way, and just stared back. A gust of wind came from behind me and rustled Edward's hair out of his face momentarily. "Hi," I whispered softly, my legs feeling very heavy. Edward seemed frozen in the doorway, just staring at me with those tired blank eyes. I was starting to get worried that I did the wrong thing by even coming. And before I could question whether or not he wanted me to stay, he held his hand out without breaking my gaze. I dropped my drooping eyes to his upturned palm, and without hesitation lifted mine and slid it into it. And before I knew what was happening, Edward pulled me into the room quickly, sliding off my hood and wrapping his arms around my waist so tightly it lifted me off the ground. And I just collapsed in his arms. So tired and exhausted, and just glad to be home again. I threw my arms around his neck and buried my face in his shoulder, taking big gulps of his scent in greedily. He had his face buried into the crook of my neck, breathing in just like I was. I brought my hand up and cupped the top of his head, tangling my fingers into his messy hair with a sigh. He squeezed me tighter, nearly hurting my ribs, but I didn't care. My feet were dangling off the ground, and I was so happy he had the strength to hold me up, because all of mine was gone. I missed the shit out of you, Edward whispered into my neck, squeezing me tighter, as if to emphasize the fact. And I smiled. I finally, really, truly smiled into his shoulder. I missed the shit out of you too, I slurred, still smiling, and just happy that it was even possible to smile again. Edward turned his face into my neck and planted a soft kiss to it. And I smiled more. Big and goofy, surely, and squeezed his neck as tight as I could with the energy I had left. And without another word, he turned us around and shut the door with his foot. And then he carried me to the bed and sat me down on the edge, pulling away from me and kneeling in front of me, eye level. You look so fucking tired, he sighed, lifting a finger and stroking the swollen bags under my eyes. I let my eyes flutter closed as he touched me, reveling in the electricity I had missed, and nodded heavily. Tired was an understatement. I felt him stand up and take the 2 straps of my book bag from my shoulder, sliding them off my arms and taking it off my back. I opened my eyes once it was off, and he just put it on the couch and walked back to the bed. He flopped down in the center behind me, and I just scooted back, knowing that we both needed it before anything else could possibly be done or said. No alarm. I slurred and scooted drowsily to my side of the bed, not even bothering to take off my shoes, and I laid down. But Edward sat up, leaned down the bed to my side, and grabbed my feet, untied each of my shoes, and slid them off. Thanks, I slurred, watching him throw them on the ground. He just smiled at me, and I had to smile back, because I was so happy to see that smile again. Without another word, he laid down on his side of the bed and turned the lamp off. I didn't even have the energy to roll over all the way, so he brought his arms around me and pulled me to the center of the bed against him, burying his face into my hair like he always did, and making me smile into his chest. I brought my arm around his shoulder and up into his hair, and started stroking it softly, humming his lullaby. He sighed into my hair and relaxed his body, tightening his grip on me, then drifted off to sleep right before I did. It was a sleep that could only be rivaled by that first night. Deep and long. I awoke to a soft caress on the back of my head, fluttering through my hair. And even though I was groggy and disoriented from sleep, I knew it was Edward. I could feel his electricity. I smiled and nuzzled further into his chest. I felt and heard him yawn into the top of my head. Wake up, lazy butt, Edward mumbled into my hair. But I could feel his smirk, so I had to chuckle, though it was a drowsy one. I stretched my legs, all tangled in his, but didn't let go. What time is it? I rasped. My voice still hadn't returned to normal. I felt Edward pull away and I frowned, but just as I was about to open my eyes and get up, he put his arm back around me and pulled me back to his chest. 10:30. He whispered, burying his face back into my hair. I sighed with a smile, thankful that for once, he came back when he pulled away. And I put my arm back around him and gave him a tight squeeze. Edward resumed stroking my hair. How are you? He asked in a whisper into the top of my head. I smiled into his chest. Better now, I rasped sincerely. I felt him nod a little and nuzzle farther into my hair. We laid like that in silence for a while, just breathing each other in. It was the best feeling in the world. I felt like I had just woken up from running a marathon. Next to Edward.
She fucking came back. And even more than that, she still wanted to stay with me. She looked so tired and worn. I hated seeing my girl so broken. When I saw her at the door, the switch was still gone, and even with the goddamn hood up, I still wanted to kiss her all over and fucking beg her to stay. But she took my hand on her own. I didn't need to beg. And I was pretty fucking thankful for that, but I would have done it anyways. But I had to hug her, and I had to smell her, and I even had to kiss her neck a little too. Just because I was so fucking happy to be able to. And my poor girl was so tired she could barely stand. So I tried to take care of her, the same way she would take care of me. Not even caring about the food or anything else. Just needing to get in that bed with her finally. 12 days felt like a fucking year. She couldn't even get her shoes off. So I did it for her. And not because I didn't want the dirt on my bed, because I could really give a shit less. More because I needed to take care of her a little too. Her humming was slurred and raspy, and barely audible. But it worked. The sleep was divine. Having the real flowers and cookies and humming just did it for me. Maybe it was fucking stupid and childish, but it was impossible without Bella. Then I woke up first. And waking up next to Bella and watching her sleep was one of the best moments in my entire life. I was confused about everything. Happy to have the routine back, but fucking confused. I had no idea where to take it, no idea what to do. No fucking clue how I really felt about my girl. I spent the time she was sleeping thinking it all over. I knew I hated it when she wasn't beside me. I would kill anyone that fucking hurt her. I would do anything to see her smile and make her laugh. But that was all shit I already knew. I never thought much of it, because she was the routine. Without her, it didn't exist. But now, the fucking switch was gone, and I was afraid there was more to the whole thing than I was letting myself see. And I didn't know how Bella felt. I knew she kissed me, all on her own. And I knew the look she had on her face when she did it. And I had no way of knowing if she did it just to distract herself from all the bullshit that was going on, or because it was me. And if she was doing it because it was me, I was fucking clueless. Because that would mean Bella had feelings for me beyond that of our usual fucked up situation. Because there would be plenty of little signs and clues over all these weeks that I had completely missed while I was trying to keep the switch off. And by the time my girl woke up, I was no closer to any solution or conclusion on either subject, and I figured I could just come out and ask her what the fuck was going on, and I could probably run away from whatever she told me because I was scared shitless that it would ruin everything. And if I really needed to, I could fully appreciate the fact that I was completely and entirely dependent on her. Not just her company, or her fucking delicious food, or the fact she made me sleep, but just her. That was some scary shit. So as my girl was lying here with me, all fucking tangled up with me and nuzzling her way further into my chest, I decided I would just let her lead me. If she wanted to just sleep, then I would do it happily, and I'd enjoy every single minute of it. And if she wanted to kiss me senseless, I would do it right back to her. Because the switch was gone, and my girl was beautiful. Edward? Bella rasped into my chest. Her voice sounded awful. Like she had spent the entire 12 days crying. She was so fucking nuzzled into my chest that her nose was poking the shit out of me. And I didn't care. I just nuzzled further into her hair, letting her lead me. Hum? I hummed, taking in a deep breath of all the flowers and cookies I had missed. Your sketches were beautiful, she whispered quietly. And I kind of fucking grimaced because they really weren't. At least not compared to the people in them. You're very talented, she concluded with a nod into my chest. I chuckled a little, because I really wasn't, but I was glad to hear her say it nonetheless. Thanks. I rolled my eyes into her hair and breathed it in some more. She did the same thing to me, breathing deeply. I could feel her against my chest when she sighed. Do you want it back? She asked quietly. And I just shook my head. Because I wanted her to keep it. By that time, I was kind of wondering when I should pull away. Or if she even wanted me to. It didn't seem like it. But real life was waiting for us, and if I was going to explore all these confusing feelings with my girl, I couldn't get us in trouble before I even got a chance. So reluctantly, and with one more big breath of her tangled brown hair, I rolled over. She kind of clutched onto me and frowned a bit, but I had to fucking do it. I shrugged at her frown. Esme's going to fucking freak if you don't get home soon. I explained, which was definitely true. Bella nodded glumly and finally rolled over, and out of bed. I watched her shuffle to the bathroom drowsily. I had her hair all tangled up and sticking up everywhere. So fucking cute. She spent 10 minutes in the bathroom like always, and I was hoping she took notice of the fact that her little blue toothbrush was still here, sitting in that toothbrush holder next to mine. And she must have, because I heard the water running and figured she was probably using it. I was hungry. Fucking starving. There was no way I was eating last night. The sleep was so much more important than anything else. I wanted to say all kinds of shit to Bella, but I knew I wouldn't be able to think straight until it was done. Unfortunately, the sleep still didn't clear shit up. Bella finally came out of the bathroom, and she had her hood up. And I wanted to tell her to take it the fuck off, but I didn't. She shuffled over to the couch and grabbed her bag, opening it up and pulling out a bag of cookies. She shuffled over to my bedside table and put them next to the alarm clock she hated. When she glanced at me through all her tangled hair, I smiled crookedly at her. And I had never used that smile on her before, and I don't know why I was doing it now, but it made her whole fucking face light up. And when I saw it, I swore to myself I would do it more often. She smiled back with a big goofy-ass grin, and blushed a little. I snickered at her, because she always blushed at the stupidest shit. So she rolled her eyes, still fucking grinning like mad, and walked out the door. Once she was gone, I snatched that bag of cookies up, hungry and needing to see what her day was like yesterday after she got home. The little white rectangle said, "Cocoa Hidden Middles." And I fucking snorted at the bag. Because it was just so fucking fitting. Our middles were hidden. And I hoped that soon, she'd let me see her middles so I could stop being so fucking confused. And whenever I found out exactly what my middles were made of, I'd show her mine.
Chapter 20. Malted Chocolate Smiles. That smile. That crooked, glorious, radiant, sexy, seductive smile. He had never smiled at me like that. And I knew that smile. I had only seen him use it on 2 occasions. One was to get Mrs. Cope to excuse an absence. The other was to get free pudding from the lunch lady. That smile was Edward's weapon for women. He knew once he used it, they'd be putty at his feet. And, my God, did it work. I don't know if it was the kiss, or the 12 days without me, but something about how he looked at me had changed. In a very, very good way. So when I got home, I was downright giddy. The trial was behind me, Phoenix was behind me, and I still had Edward. And possibly the chance to get a little more of him than I had previously expected. I was hoping, and I was okay with it. Alice and Esme were lying in the living room in their pajamas when I got in. I snuck back to my room and dropped my book bag off and brushed my horrifyingly tangled hair before I went to see them. They were just lounging, and when they caught sight of my refreshed, giddy Edward face, they smiled widely at me. I was aware it was a complete 360 from yesterday's mood. Edward had that kind of effect on me. I slid my hoodie off and flopped down on the couch between them. I could tell by their happy smiles that I hadn't been caught. Esme patted my knee and smiled at me sweetly before she lifted herself off the couch in her pink pajamas and stretched, walking out of the room to get dressed. And I remembered how much I wanted to giggle with Alice again, so I took my shoes off and sat Indian style facing her, conjuring up the teenage girl inside of me. Alice. My voice was still slightly scratchy, but nearly back to normal. I painted a very serious expression on my face, and she arched an eyebrow. Spill it. I asked seriously, needing to know what was happening with Jasper. Her face lit up and she turned toward me, mimicking my position and nearly vibrating. She giggled once. Jasper is amazing. She squeaked, drawing out the word out and rolling her eyes in the back of her head a bit. I giggled with her, loving that things were finally happening between them. I waved my hand for her to continue. I needed details. She giggled again. We spent all week together. She looked around the room and leaned into me with her hand cupping her mouth, and continued in a scandalous whisper. And the janitor closet is now color coordinated. I couldn't help it. I really tried to keep it to giggles, but that had me nearly falling off the couch in loud, raucous laughter. I could just imagine poor Jasper's face when she stopped making out long enough to realize the closet was too filthy for her standards. She laughed along with me, and it felt so light and carefree. Once her giggles had died down, she continued. And the kissing. She sighed with a dreamy look. She shook her head a little, making her black spiky hair bounce, and met my gaze again with a wide smile. The kissing is almost better than the sex. She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. I gaped at her. Openly. Shocked. Though I really shouldn't have been. Alice was no virgin. The leather pants said it all. She giggled at me and rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, Bella. She chided, slapping my knee playfully. Don't look so shocked. She smiled. And I smiled back, because at least they gave it a couple weeks. I hoped. And maybe if I took her indiscretions well, she would take it easy on me if she ever found out about Edward. I stopped asking questions after that. Jasper was my second favorite guy, and I didn't want to compromise that fact with a really bad case of TMI. I spent the rest of my day unpacking and reevaluating my Edward situation. I was wondering if I should go farther with my previous plan of little steps to show him that I liked him. I figured now was probably a pretty good time to give it a shot, seeing as how he was looking at me differently. And definitely smiling at me differently. Plus, I already basically tried to have sex with him through pajamas. It was no time to be coy about something like a little flirting. So when Alice begged me to let her do my hair again, I gratefully accepted, and not only because I thought Edward would like it, and I knew he would, because I saw the 3 different sketches of the hair in his sketchbook, but because I just liked spending the time with Alice. She somehow amplified the teenage girl inside of me. And I used to hate that, but now it just felt good to be normal. Or as normal as I could possibly get. She brushed and doted on my long brown locks for 2 hours. Making it shiny again, curling it just like last time. She had a heavy look of concentration on her face as I gazed at her through the vanity mirror. I wasn't lying when I told Edward she wished her hair was longer. But she sorely lacks the self-control to grow it out. I watched her this time, seeing the way she smiled when a curl came out perfectly bouncy, and the way she frowned when she didn't hold the hair in the iron long enough and it sagged. Of course, in typical Alice fashion, she would pick it up and redo it with narrowed eyes. I was wondering if her perfectionist tendencies were spreading to Jasper. Yet, I didn't even think grubby was in her vocabulary. She talked distractedly while she was curling, telling me about things I missed in school before it let out for the Christmas holiday. Mike Newton was with Jessica again, and I had to smile because they were perfect for each other in all the wrong ways. Once she finished, she did a little bow/curtsy at all the shiny curls. I giggled at her and shook my head, making the curls bounce around. She smiled wider. I made chicken Alfredo for dinner. It was really for Edward, but Esme and Alice loved it all the same. Christmas was coming up in a week, and school was already out for holiday vacation. So Alice was roping me into a shopping excursion. I told her no 5 times, and she resorted to the pout. And I gave in. She knew how to play me like a fiddle. When 9 came and Alice and Esme went to bed, I began a batch of cookies, and I knew automatically what the most significant event in my day was. So I packed up all the chicken Alfredo and malted chocolate smiles, and went to go see Edward at 10. I left my hood down again, and I looked in the mirror before I left. The ridiculously shiny curls stayed all day long, though I had removed the rather painful clips. I rolled my eyes at my reflection again, and walked out the door, bouncing curls and all. There wasn't any rain again, and I was thankful for the sake of the hair. I stalked across the yards and climbed the lattice, faring better after a long night's sleep than the previous evening. I could feel all my hair bouncing around as I climbed and made my way over the railing. I knocked quietly, and Edward was waiting by the door for me. When he saw me standing on the balcony, with all my shiny bouncy hair blowing around in the light breeze, he got a strange look on his face. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I inched my way past him and into the room and began unloading his meal onto the bed. "You're probably really hungry, huh?" I chuckled while unpacking the Alfredo, imagining him having to make his own food for 12 days. He didn't answer me or jump on the bed like always, so after my bag was emptied, I turned around. And he was standing right behind me, still staring at me blankly. I furrowed my eyebrows, wondering what the problem was. But instead of answering the silent question, he reached up a hand and tucked a wayward curl behind my ear, following his movements with his eyes. Then I blushed, as if the whole shiny curl situation wasn't nearly obvious enough without it. He slowly lowered his hand and broke his gaze from my hair and walked to his bed in silence, flopping down in front of the food. He opened the container and his eyes widened. And I chuckled again, because I knew he'd be starving. When he heard my chuckle, he looked over at me, still standing beside the bed, and smiled that same crooked smile. My breath hitched, just like it did when he did it this morning, and my face grew hotter. Appropriately mortified of my reactions, I turned quickly away and shuffled my feet to the couch. The iPod was on the sofa waiting for me, and I smiled when I saw it, having missed the music. I flopped down, bouncing my curls all over the place, and scooped it up, putting the earbuds in my ears. "Alice again?" I heard Edward mumble from the bed with his mouth full. I looked up from the iPod, and he was still staring at my hair. I nodded my head at him, making my curls bounce some more. "Yeah," I cleared my throat softly. "We spent the day talking about Jasper. Catching up, you know?" I shrugged nonchalantly, trying to save myself a shred of dignity, and focused on the iPod again, praying my face wasn't still red as a tomato. I heard him hum quietly, either at the food or my question. "They're attached at the fucking hip. It's disgusting." He chewed. I chuckled, because they probably were. Quite literally. Attached at the hips. I grimace a little. I blew a lock of hair out my face, regretting leaving out the painfully necessary clips. So, I started trying to distract my mind from dwelling on Alice's sex life. "What are you doing for holiday vacation?" I asked, finally looking up at Edward devouring the Alfredo enthusiastically. He furrowed his brows while chewing the noodles, then shrugged. "You?" he asked after he swallowed, spinning his forks around more noodles. I looked down at the iPod and glanced up at him through my lashes, batting them a bit, and feeling ridiculous. "Alice is taking me shopping someday this week. Other than that, probably nothing." I shrugged softly, watching his eyes grow wide a bit. I was afraid I was being too obvious implementing the eye moves with the hair so soon, so I quickly focused back on the iPod, probably flaming red. He was silent while I knitted my eyebrows together, at a particularly eerie rendition of Clary de Lune playing on the iPod. I was briefly panicked that he had found some kind of loophole to my humming before I realized he was tired when I got back, so I figured it didn't work. Which was understandable, because the song sounded downright like a lullaby, and that won't help Edward stay awake. "We should do something," Edward said quietly from the bed. I snapped my head up, making all my curls bounce over my hoodie. He was looking into the container of food intently, poking at the noodles with his fork, and not meeting my gaze. And I was surely gaping. I let the gaping subside, trying not to get my hopes up. "Like what?" I hedged, trying not to sound nearly as hopeful as I was. He furrowed his brows at his Alfredo, and raked his fingers through his hair. "I don't fucking know," he mumbled, and then paused, letting out what appeared to be a sigh. "Maybe you could come with me to Port Angeles." He twirled his noodles around his fork. "Help me update the book collection, or some shit." He shrugged, plunging his fork into his mouth with much more force than necessary, and still not meeting my gaze. I was stunned. Edward and I had never been seen together in public, and had only talked in the daylight once, behind the school. "Yeah," I blurted, my face getting hotter at all the giddiness that was rising in me. "I'd like that." I smiled down at the iPod a little, trying not to seem nearly as happy about the whole thing as I actually was. I felt so much like Alice trying to seem indifferent towards Jasper. I inwardly rolled my eyes at myself. After a few moments of silence, I chanced to peek up through my lashes at Edward, and he was staring at me intensely, still chewing. When I met his gaze, I saw him swallow heavily and nod, shifting his attention to the container of Alfredo once again. We were silent for the remainder of his meal. Edward was enjoying his Alfredo quite thoroughly, and I was pondering over all the new developments, wondering exactly what they meant. I was trying not to read too much into it, and probably failing rather miserably.
It was the shiny fucking curls. She knew how much I liked those curls. There were 3 fucking pages of them in the sketchbook. In fact, they were the last 3 pages in there. She had to have known. Which could only mean one thing. My girl was trying to look pretty for me. It was so fucking obvious. The little blushes just confirmed it. I could write off the fucking delicious Alfredo easily. She was just doing it because she was gone for so long, and she knew I was starving. But only one thing could explain the shiny fucking curls. And not only did she get pretty for me, but she looked up at me through her eyelashes again and batted them with a small smile. And that just fucking sealed it for me. She was fucking flirting. And then I realized, it wasn't the first time. It was obvious that the first time she did the shiny fucking curls, she was flirting with me then. Which meant that the night before she left for Phoenix, she wasn't kissing me for some distraction. She did it because it was me. I was wondering, while I was eating the fucking delicious Alfredo like it held the key to my existence, exactly how long she had felt that way about me, and how many times I had fucked up because I never realized it. Maybe I could even trace it back to the party, when she asked me about the strawberry blonde, and wanted to know if I thought she was pretty. The harder I thought about it, it even explained the whole Stanley situation. She had to hear about me fucking Stanley. She was fucking jealous. Even the first kiss made more sense. The way she basically fucking roped me into doing it. It even explained Thanksgiving, when she let me put my arms around her, and she stayed and got as close to me as possible. Maybe I could even trace it all the way back to the gazebo, when I first attempted to tell her about Stanley. And the more I traced it back, the more fucking stupid I felt for not seeing it all sooner. The epiphany almost made me choke on my fucking noodles. My girl never had a switch for me, and I was so busy trying to keep mine off, I never fucking realized it. And because I was letting my girl lead me, I had to make a move too. She had made so many small moves that I needed a bigger one to make up for them all. Thankfully, she left me a window right as she was trying to flirt. It felt like I was doing shit so backwards. We already slept in the same bed every night. We had already kissed and made out. And just now, I was trying to take her out on some fucking quasi-non date. Confusing was the fucking understatement of the century. Then there was the whole dilemma of where to take her. I couldn't do it in Forks, my ass would get caught, and it would find its way around town in an hour. I wasn't ready for all that shit. I was still pretty fucking positive that Brandon would castrate me. I don't even think Jazz could deter her. Port Angeles was my only option. And my girl liked books. And I'd probably spend the whole fucking day staring at her shiny fucking curls anyways. Something told me she'd be wearing them. Then when I asked, I was worried I was reading more into it. Forcing the words out and looking like a complete idiot. But she said yes. Then she did that thing again. My epiphany was spot on. I was finally done with the fucking delicious Alfredo, so I put the container beside the bed and chanced to peek at Bella on the sofa. She was staring at my iPod, and still fucking blushing. It made me smirk. Even all the blushes made more sense. Thank you. It was fucking delicious. I said sincerely, settling back into the bed. She finally met my gaze and smiled, so I gave her my crooked smile, the one I knew she'd liked. And just like the last 2 times, her eyes lit up and she blushed harder. It was almost too fucking easy. She quickly darted her eyes back to the iPod. And I really wanted to sketch my girl's shiny fucking curls and talk to her more, but I was tired as hell. Still catching up on sleep. Tired? I asked, not wanting to cut into her music time. She looked up at me and nodded, making her curls bounce everywhere, and I was still gaping at them. And really kind of fucking impatient to feel them in my hands. She removed the earbuds and set the iPod down on the sofa, pushing herself up and grabbing her bag. She shuffled to the bathroom with it, and I just kept staring at her curls, watching them bounce with every step she took. She was so fucking beautiful. While she was in the bathroom, I wondered when would be a good time to tell her that. How fucking beautiful I thought she was. Bella was a girl after all. I figured they liked hearing shit like that every now and again. It wouldn't be inappropriate. In fact, if I had enough faith in my epiphany, I could even go so far as to say she would fucking love to hear some shit like that, from me specifically. 10 minutes later, my girl walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas, bouncing her curls around her white t-shirt. Her arms didn't look obscene to me now. Even they looked beautiful. She shuffled her way to the bed while I went to change into my pajamas. When I walked in the bathroom and closed the door, I glanced at the little blue toothbrush and I wondered if it didn't have something to do with this whole epiphany too. But then I reasoned it was just a fucking toothbrush. Definitely reading too much into shit. I walked out, glanced at Bella in bed waiting for me, and slid the covers down, determined not to let the epiphany make shit awkward for me. I slid comfortably under the covers and turned the lamp out quickly, still kind of impatient about the whole touching the curls situation. As soon as the room went dark, I rolled over to my girl and scooped her up. I didn't waste any time, plunging my hands into all her soft, silky curls and burying my face into them before she even got her head onto my chest completely. It always smelled so fucking good. And I usually sighed when I buried my face into my girl's hair. But tonight I hummed in contentment, and just fucking squeezed her to me tighter. I knew she'd like it. I could feel her breathing in my chest. She liked the way I smelled too. I felt her little fingers stroking my hair softly and sweetly. And because I was letting her lead me, and because I just couldn't fucking stop myself, and because she had already started humming and I was afraid I wouldn't get a chance to, I lifted my arm from around her waist, and smoothed all the curls out of her face and off her little neck, bunching them all up above her head so I could bury my face into more of them. I could feel her smiling into my chest and nuzzling in deeper as she hummed, and it made me smile into all her curls. I was going to put my arm back around her, but opted instead to cup her face as it was pressed against my chest, rubbing her soft little cheek with my thumb softly as I breathed in all her flowers and cookies. And the moment just seemed right. "You're so fucking beautiful." I sighed into all her shiny fucking curls truthfully, nuzzling my way deeper into the top of her head. Her humming stopped, and she slowly tilted her little head up off my chest, moving all the hair away from my face to meet my gaze, so I leaned my head back so I could see her too. It was almost like one of those weird silent conversations I always had with Jazz. My girl's big brown eyes were staring right into mine. And the way she was looking at me and smiling told me she was real happy I thought that, even if she didn't believe it herself. I just kept rubbing her little cheek with my thumb, trying to tell her with my eyes how much I thought it was true, and how lost it made me. And that was the real fucking problem in all of this. I was lost and confused. And I really needed her to understand that. And I fucking hated that I couldn't be better for her. Slowly I closed my eyes, never ceasing the movements of my thumb on her soft cheek. "I'm so fucking clueless, Bella," I whispered. And I really fucking was. I felt her little hand move from my hair down to my cheek, where she cupped it, a lot like I was doing with her. Slowly I opened my eyes to meet her gaze. She just looked concerned. For me. And I wanted to snort at her for being so ridiculous, because I was so accustomed to being clueless by now. Slowly, she smiled at me. "It's okay," she whispered, rubbing my cheek like I was doing to her. And I really fucking hoped it was. Because I needed it to be. For the both of us. But I had to make the customary disclaimer, just she'd know. "I'm really good at fucking shit up," I whispered, trying to make her understand that I probably would end up doing just that. and trying to show her with everything in me how fucking terrified that made me. I sighed and closed my eyes again, shaking my head gently against her palm. But I really want to try. I whispered, pausing to stroke her cheek harder to show her all my conviction. Because I really did. And because I had to know. If you really fucking want me to. I could feel her little thumb rubbing my cheek gently, and it was calming me, but I was still utterly terrified of either answer. So I opened my eyes. And my girl was smiling. Because she did want me to try. I let out a deep breath and nodded at her. Just so she'd understand, I'd be okay with trying. She smiled bigger and moved her thumb across my lips. I pressed a soft kiss to it because it was just fucking there. She let out a big sigh that blew across my face. What does it mean? She asked quietly with those big brown eyes. And I just shrugged because I didn't know. We'll just have to wait and fucking see. I sighed against her thumb and knew I had to add the last disclaimer of the night. Try not to push shit too far. Just. I paused and let out a deep breath, shaking my head against the pillow gently. Just let it come. I shrugged. It probably sounded like a bullshit answer, but it was all I had. She nodded at me and moved her thumb against my lips again, darting her eyes down to them. She wanted to kiss me. And I knew I probably shouldn't, because there'd be another awkward situation like last time, but I wanted to kiss her too. So I leaned in and watched as her eyes fluttered closed and pulled her face to mine, giving her a soft, gentle kiss. She pulled my face to hers harder with a sigh. I took her soft, pouty bottom lip in between mine and sucked it gently, while she did the same to my top lip. But I pulled away. Not because I wanted to, but because I didn't. I moved my lips up to her forehead and planted a soft kiss there. Just to show her, it wasn't all about lust for me. Just in fucking case she didn't already know it. With a sigh, she pressed her head back into my chest, once again granting me access to all those shiny fucking curls. I removed my hand from her cheek finally and bunched all the curls up again, while she resumed stroking my hair and humming. And I just fucking buried myself into all those soft silky curls and fell asleep quickly, just praying that I wouldn't fuck everything up.